the board attorney, cross-examine.
Good afternoon. Can you please tell us a little bit about your educational background, where you attended nursing school, and the years that you attended school?
I got my first, well, if you want my education, I got my first bachelor's in paralegal studies from USM in 2007. I went to nursing school at Jones County Junior College in 2011. And I just recently finished another undergraduates in healthcare administration from Jackson State University in 2023.
And tell the board where you worked as a nurse since then.
I worked at the VA in Collins. I've worked at Brandon Nursing and Rehab. I've worked with Precision Healthcare Staffing. I've done travel nursing. I worked at Community Place, Manhattan. I've worked everywhere from North Mississippi to South Mississippi.
Now you've heard the testimony and had an opportunity to review the documentation. So on October 24th, you were assigned to provide the nursing care to the patients at Pine Forest, correct? You were on duty that day.
Correct.
And so one of the patients that you were assisting required the Aspen neck collar, correct? Okay. And the respiratory therapist actually asked you for your assistance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you refused to help.
No, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain that? Because the record reflects that your response was, it's a respiratory thing.
No, what had happened was I was in the middle of doing my Met Pass, and I had a resident who I just pulled his narcotics, and I had the pills in my hand getting ready to walk in the room. First of all, she was in the room being verbally abusive to the resident. And when she asked me to come help her, I told her I couldn't because I just couldn't leave the narcotics out. I had already pulled them. I immediately then went got the oncoming unit supervisor. She was like in the next room over, and I asked Miss B, could she go help her? And Miss B went and helped her. And then I went and gave my medicine. After I gave my medicine, I walked in there and asked them, did they need any assistance?
But you were fired for this infraction according to the documentation that we have, correct?
It had became personal when it had became personal.
When you say it became personal, what do you mean by that?
The respiratory therapist and Joshua Caden are first cousins. Me and the respiratory therapist had worked together before at the Blakes in Vicksburg. When she first got there, she asked me, didn't you used to work in the Blakes? I was like, yeah. She's like, yeah, you was one of the ones laughing at me when they bought me out. And I was like, I wasn't laughing at you. I was just laughing at everybody else cracking jokes on you.
But you would agree that even the refusal to assist a patient that falls and fails the generally accepted standards of nursing, even to refuse patient care. Did you ever give the?
I never.
Okay, I
Oh,
wasn't
I'm
finished with
sorry.
my question.
Okay.
Did you ever give the respiratory therapist any indication that you would help her as soon as you finished counting or sorting the medication for another patient?
I told her I had pulled narcotics and I had resident medicines in my hand, and I'll get Miss B. And I went and got Miss B. Miss B helped her. She also had her assistant in the room with her at the time. So that was a total of 3 people in there. As soon as I gave the medicine, I went right over, and they were still in the process of putting the neck collar on. The assistant was just standing, well, she was actually sitting down in a chair. So I never refused to help her. I just told her I couldn't just leave the medicines because I just pulled a narcotic.
Now, we saw the video, and so I don't want to go into much detail about that, but after receiving the news about your termination, you used profanity, you admitted to that. The facility reported that you made threats as you were leaving, but we did hear on that video where you said they'll be sorry. What did you mean by that?
They're going to be sorry because I was a good nurse and I really cared about the people up in there. So losing me wasn't going to be good for them. But as far as making a threat, you saw the video. I never threatened anybody.
Even though you say you were a good nurse, but you had several write-ups, and one even rose to the level of a termination that ranged anywhere from tardiness for failure to properly document. You also had counseling for failure to document, correct?
Documented correctly?
Mhm.
No, not documented correctly. They said it wasn't in the EMR, but it was on the paper chart. Even the one that y'all had where it said the 26 meant the 26 documentation things, when they went back and checked the act, that's why I asked, did y'all have the paper more? Because that one was actually thrown out.
But your teachable moment in July of 23 talks about you should never leave your shift without counting off narcotics, correct? So you had some issues at least with the count while you were at this facility, correct?
No, if you'll read the statement that's attached to that, it was the other nurse that had ended up leaving the building, and I just took the keys and I went on and started doing my med pass. But I wasn't the one who left the building and didn't count their card.
The statement on
I
second,
was the oncoming nurse. She was the outgoing nurse. She didn't have her count correct. So I told her I wasn't taking the cart until they got their count correct. That's when the QA nurse came in, and then they started trying to count. They couldn't figure it out. She ended up just leaving, never counting the cart with me. That's why it was a teachable moment.
right, that she didn't sign, you did, correct?
No, she didn't. She just left. Just was stuck with the keys. So I just went on, start passing my medicine. When the DON came in, then we figured it out, and then the DON corrected it. But she had left. I didn't have the opportunity to count. But she was saying that even still, I shouldn't have taken the cart. If the count was incorrect, I shouldn't have taken the cart and start passing the medicine. But people needed their medicine because they had to go to therapy. Some people had appointments. She had walked out. I couldn't make her come back. So I'm gonna count with somebody that's not there.
But she didn't sign this documentation for the teachable moment. So we don't have that in the record to verify,
The DON did.
but that's not in this record today.
I don't have control over the record.
Moving on to the day that you were terminated, of course. At what time did you pull the medication from the time that you refused to assist the respiratory therapist to the time that you walked out of the facility? Can you give us a timeline of that? Because in your statement, you said that you weren't allowed to chart and document that day. So what's the time frame?
The time frame, when I got there at 8 o'clock, I had access to the computer. Later on, I found out that they didn't have anybody else to take the cart because he wanted to fire me that morning, but they didn't have anybody else to take the cart. So they let me finish all the med passes. I was taken out of the system about 9:43 when he got to work. So I had no access to the system. So I was using a paper mark again to try to pass medicines. Once I got through with all the medicine, that's when he called me into his office.
So at what time did you refuse to assist the respiratory therapist?
Never refused to assist the respiratory therapist, but when that incident happened, it happened about 8:17. And the only thing then, I had medicines in my hand with the narcotic, plus I had like 3 cups because he had different mixtures that he had. I couldn't just set it down because we had patients roaming the hall, and some of the patients, if they see a med cup on your cart with pills in it, they'll just take it and just try to don't take them, even though they know they're not theirs. So I was on, when she came out of the room, after she was up in there yelling and screaming and everything, after she came out the room, I was on my way walking into a room. She called me. I was in between the patient's door that I was finna give the medication to, standing in the hallway. And she was across the hall saying, "Hey, I need help." And I said, "Well, I can't right now. I got narcotics in the cup." And I was just like, "Hold on." She was like, "No, why you can't help me?" I was like, "First of all, you got your assistant in there." And I did say, "That's a respiratory thing," because what we were instructed on doing, because they were respiratory therapy, this was on a trach unit. We were only responsible for passing medications. Respiratory therapy was supposed to handle anything else outside of patient cares. The CNA handled that. But as far as us, we had an in-service, we signed paperwork that we were only to give those patients their medication. So at that time, when she asked me, I walked across the hall with the other patient's medicines in my hand, and I asked Miss B, could she go help her? All of this happened within the matter of a minute and 30 seconds, maybe 2 minutes at the most.
So you did just admit, for the record, I want to make that clear, that you did in fact say that's a respiratory thing.
Yes, because that's the instructions that we were given.
I don't think that was your testimony previously, so I appreciate that, that you admitted that into the record. As far as taking the photos and sending the patient information, you've talked a lot about how you were so concerned about the patients there. But you continue to work there under those conditions, correct? In fact, that you say that they were so egregious that you felt like you needed to report them, but you continue to work there, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am, I did.
Right, and why was that?
Because I like the staff and I don't like to just give up. I don't like to just run away because things are tough. You can do what you need to do. You can report it to the people that you need to report it to, and you could be a part of the change. And that's the most thing that I regret not being at Pine Forest, because now it's turning around to be a great facility. I mean, just because the job's hard, just because the job's difficult, oh, just get up and run away. That's not in my personality.
So given the timeline, the teachable moments in July, the issues with tardiness starting in May, leading up to your final written, um, documentation, written reprimand prior to termination, the record, what it appears like, Mr. Evans, is that you were taking photos of patients in the event that you were fired. Um, would you agree with me that the timing in which you sent the photos appears to be more of a retaliation against the facility and not really caring and safeguarding patient care?
No, ma'am, because those photos was actually sent in it was June. It was between May and June. Those photos were not sent in October. When I sent those photos, and even the Mississippi State Board of Nursing, I sent them anonymously, and it's under Edgar Allan Poe 69 at gmail.com. So those photos had been sent months before I got fired.
But you continue to work at this facility, even though it is your, I guess, testimony today that it was so egregious that they were, just horrible with patient care, correct?
Once again, you asked me that question, but once again, like I said, just because the job is hard, just because the job is difficult, that don't mean that I'm just up and finna run away from it. If that's the case, I won't be a nurse in Mississippi. Over 85% of the facilities are difficult and hard when you're talking about long-term care in Mississippi. People still need to be taken care of. And that's what I signed up to be a nurse for. No matter how hard, no matter how difficult, I'm still gonna do my job to the best of my ability, because it's a lot of people that need to be taken care of. And that's what I do.
Have you ever been terminated from any other facility?
As far as fired or whatever. Yeah.
Uh, you ever been terminated for tardiness? You ever been terminated for medical administration errors?
No.
Have you ever been accused of taking pictures of patient HIPAA protected information?
No.
Okay. I want to show you a document, and I want to see if you recognize this document.
No, I never seen this document.
To enter this document into the record, I believe as B17, I believe, is that correct? This document is an email that was sent from Mr. Evans, and I do have copies for the record if it can be so admitted. This is an email contained as a response to a complaint filed against Mr. Evans regarding accessing HIPAA protected information. It was retained and through a board investigation regarding a complaint. It is from Mr. Evans to Ms. Tawanda Jones, and it is dated October 10th of 2024. It was not submitted in the initial paperwork, and I asked that it be submitted as impeachment evidence.
It's an email from Mr. Evans to the Board of Nursing Investigators.
Tawanda Jones.
Purposes.
Yes.
Be admitted. Mark is B17. You may.
If you will, please read the following email into the record, Mr. Evans.
It said, I, Baron Evans, work for Madison County Nursing Home as a medication administration nurse. At no time did I access patient information that I was not authorized to access while employed there or after. No one at Madison County Nursing Home addressed me for being terminated for being tardy. She needed someone dependable to work 3 to 11. Baron C. Evans.
So it's your testimony today that you have not been terminated, or at least you have not had any other grievances at other nursing homes regarding accessing patient information without the authority to do so?
Oh, no, ma'am, I didn't. As it said right there, she's told me that because I have doctor's appointments that I have to go to at the VA, I was being tardy, and then at the time my 17-year-old was doing an after school or dual enrollment, so I was being a little late. Everybody else was being late too, but she told me exactly what I put. She needed someone more dependable to work 3 to 11, so that's why she had to let me go. But at no time did anybody say anything to me about anything going on. But I know the issue that you're talking about now.
But you are aware that there's an accusation that you accessed HIPAA protected information. Whether or not you were terminated as a result, you do admit that you were in fact at least accused of accessing HIPAA protected information, because you deny it in this email sent to the board.
Because the lady that called me, this Miss Tawanda Jones, she asked me about it, and I told her I didn't never heard anything about it at that time when everything went on. I wasn't even at work that day or around that time period. I had just came back from Vegas. Me and my wife had took a vacation. So once again, no, I've never been accused or anything about violating HIPAA.
But you do recognize sending this email, correct?
Yeah, I definitely sent this because she asked me about it, and I told her that that's why. She asked me, why was I terminated? Did they tell me that I was terminated because of accessing information that I shouldn't have, or sending some photos or some documentation about this lady that had passed away because the LPN was giving her an IV, which she shouldn't have been doing. But anywho, so no, I've never had any, back to your initial questions, I never have been brought up about anything about violating any unauthorized information. And this lady, Tawanda Jones, when she called me, she told me she just needed me to make a statement saying that that was not why I was terminated and why I was terminated. That's why the letter says what it says.
Just briefly, last couple of questions. Regarding the video, want to make sure we cover that as well. You would agree that using profanity while leaving that facility, that is not the type of conduct that should be in a healthcare environment with patients around, correct? Because there were patients in that video.
Not for an employee.
And even you state that you couldn't document because you were asked to leave, but even when being terminated, you would agree that you remain responsible for completing patient documentation, correct?
Well, I didn't have access to the system, but that's why I asked, did you all have the paper Mars? Because in the paper Mars, that's where I documented.
Right, but you don't have those paper marks today.
None of us have those. Those weren't requested.
Okay, are you aware, but you were aware that you could subpoena documents, correct, for these?
Oh, I just found it. I just realized that today. I didn't even.
You could have requested a brief opportunity to complete your notes before leaving, correct?
They're completing the paper Mar. Anytime that you don't have access to the EMAR, then you use the paper Mar to go in and sign everything that you need to sign. And that's what I did that day, because I was taken out of the system about 9:45 that morning, and I kept asking and saying, hey, I can't get in the system. I can't get in the system. And Karen said, oh, we're working on this. A couple of people that can't get in the system. There's something going on with the logins. But what had actually happened, they had taken me out of the system completely. So I didn't have access to document, but I documented in the best place that I could.
Now, taking your patients for reporting purposes or whistleblowing, Mr. Evans, regardless of your intent, you took these photos of these patients without their written consent, correct?
I did.
And you understand that patient confidentiality rules apply even if you believe you're reporting a problem, correct?
I didn't realize that when you're going through the chain of command.
But outside of the chain of command, once you were terminated from the facility and you sent them, you do realize that that is patient HIPAA protected information, correct?
I never sent the pictures outside of the facility. The actual computer that the pictures were sent from was the facility's computer.
Which
I never sent them outside or anything. I took the pictures with my phone, Then I uploaded them to the facility's computer, and that's how I sent them to everybody, including the corporate nurse. After I was terminated, the corporate nurse went back and told Josh that I was the one that sent the pictures. And
So-
then she gave the pictures to Josh, but I had sent the pictures through the chain of command. He didn't get those pictures from me. He got those pictures from the corporate nurse, and all those pictures and all that evidence had been sent months before I was fired.
In your statement, you state that you sent those and you sent them also to the Attorney General's office?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, did the AG's office ever contact you to be a witness against the facility?
No, ma'am, because at first I sent them anonymously from Edgar Allan Poe 69 at gmail.com.
Okay, how did they ever investigate the facility?
Yes, they did, and Josh Clayton was terminated because he had got a whole bunch of tags for patient care, and then at the same time, there was a lot of family members that were complaining too. So there was a lot of complaints, and then he even have an ongoing lawsuit against him now for accidental death, whatever they all charge him with. But yeah, he left. He got walked out of Pine Forest due to these allegations.
I tender the witness.
Here comes any questions? Okay.
How many patients were you caring for on that unit?
36.
And that was on the day shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many of them were totally dependent, do you recall?
Probably about 18 to 21.
How many nurse aides did you have working under?
Some days on a good day, we may have, because the way that it's split up to 2 sides on A unit and 2 sides on B unit. But on a good day, we'll have 3, maybe 4.
You had 3 to 4 nurse aides under you for that 36 patients?
Yes, ma'am.
Out of curiosity, how long had you been, because I recall you just saying that you sent an email anonymously back in June. How long exactly had you been voicing your complaints to the administration?
That's March,
March of,
same year, 2023.
so. And so the email, just to clarify what you just testified to, you did not send this from your personal email. So y'all were assigned work emails, is that what happened?
We had work emails. That's why mine was Edgar Allan Poe 69.
Oh, that was your actual.
Work email. Yes,
for your
ma'am.
work email?
Yes, ma'am. Just to iterate on your question, that's how they knew that it was me. Because when they once they started getting called about it, and then they told them the email that it was sent from, and that's how they knew it was me.
Back to the microphone just a little bit. Yeah.
So with that being said, I know that they can go back and track emails. Did they go back and track every email that you sent any facility with those complaints?
I'm not sure that they did.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Evans, what was your length of employment there?
I had been working there. I started working there with the staffing agency back in like November, and then they offered me a $7,500 sign-on bonus. That was probably about like maybe February, March. So that's when I went on with them permanently.
Then February, March of 23,
Yes, sir.
and then you were terminated.
November. I think it was November, October. One of them.
You were there about 8 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you stated you had been complaining about resident care dating back to March. That about the same time you were hired?
Yes, sir. And that was yes, sir. That was one of the things when they offered me to come on. I told them, like, these are my issues and these are something that we have to have worked out. And they assured me that they were working on it. It was a lot of new people, trying to get things in place. And I took them for their word. And from the time I was hired till the time I was fired, I was always complaining about patient care. Even after I sent the videos, I still was complaining. Residents not having sheets, not having diapers, just some of the little basic things that just take somebody ordering and you having them in the facility they wouldn't have. It was times that I had me and other nurses, we went to other facilities just to get insulin syringes so that we could administer our insulin because they didn't have the syringes, or you got CNAs calling friends at other facilities and going to get diapers.
You be issuing these complaints?
To Charlotte, the DON, to Josh, the administrator. Karen was the acting, like assistant. I guess she was, human resources, but she always was in the like assistant HR role. Her, our unit manager, Miss B. I forget the, treatment nurse name because she used to call us in because, this one lady got taken, her family took her out of the facility because her foot pretty much rotten off in the facility.
Objection. I know that hearsay is allowed, but there has to be some indicia of reliability. And other than his testimony, there's no documentation to substantiate any of the things other than the pictures that he took.
Yeah, it's the pictures. I mean, that's one of her feet in there, and then it's not all the pictures. It's not all the pictures that's in this package. This is not nearly all the pictures. There's about 20 plus pictures missing, and those pictures have holes and stuff in people's backs.
Mr. Evans, you received about 5 different teaching moments that I see or disciplinary actions.
Yes, sir.
Let's call it that, for lack of better words. You got the teaching moments in July. That's when the nurse left without the count. I read the statements in there. I understand that. Then it looks like in September, things ramped up. So you had the rest of July and all of August. Mid-September, you got one for tardiness and 6 call-ins. Looks like 2 days later, you got another one and was placed under investigation regarding resident care. I assume that investigation was non-substantiated since you were able to return back to work.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can mark that off. All right, on the 17th of October, I see that there were 26 out of 28 narcotic errors. Can you explain that to us? I mean, what was the basis of that?
Look, if y'all have a sheet and it has the actual login and stuff, and it says that it was signed out on the narcotic sheet, but it wasn't signed on the EMAR. That's why I asked Mr. Riggs if he had a copy of the paper MAR. That's when the
What you're telling me is this 26 out of 28 narcotic errors were actually signed out on paper MARs.
paper MAR and on the narcotic book, because
Let me spring from that. I'm not trying to catch you off, but I just want to kind of streamline this. I'm in long-term care, and so I'm very familiar with a lot of what you're talking about. When y'all had an outage, such as an internet outage, power outage, whatever, not power outage or generator, but an internet outage, was there a certain place where the paper MARs just kept on a backup on a computer and you would print them out as you needed them? Or were they actually kept in a paper form in the facilities so any nurse could access?
sir, I'm sorry. But yes, sir, every month at the beginning of the month when they change every on the 31st, every night on 11 to 7, they would change out and have a paper MAR just in case, so we wouldn't have to, like, at the moment that something happens, that we'll have to go through and trying to print off, because 9 times.
Were already printed out,
Yes, sir.
and were they like in a binder or something alphabetized, or how did you access those?
For computers like the old MARs we used to have, they just keep the same system. So if if anything's going on with the computers, outage, whatever, we can still do our MedPass because we go get them, and then they check them every month. And then when like new medications come in, they change them in the computer and they add them to the paper MAR.
Were you on a point-click care system at this time? Were you on American Health Tech? What system?
Point care click.
Point-click care, okay. And so when you went and accessed the paper MARs and you filled them in, when the power came back on or the Wi-Fi came back up or whatever, you could get back on point-click care. What happened to those paper MARs?
They're still at the facility.
Okay, I get that, but did you carry those MARs to medical records to be scanned into a system? Who did you give those to?
We just signed the book and put the book back at the desk, and that was just the normal procedure for everybody.
So the paper MARs that you signed off on were put back in the file
Well, we actually have, we take it around. It's just like the old Mars that they used to put on the cart. They keep the same thing, so they're all in alphabetical order and they all were signed. That's why that write-up was actually supposed to be destroyed. Because when she went back and checked the paper Mars, she seen that I signed them out in the paper Mars. And that's the thing that she said, that she was gonna get medical records to put them in the system. So when I signed that write-up, I was like, we couldn't, and I was just like, whatever, I signed it. Then she said, well, I'm gonna investigate it. And if it's found that you did sign them out in the paper mark, then we'll just tear this write-up up. And I was like, cool, because I know I did.
The internet went down, you went and grabbed the binder off the shelf, you opened up your paper Mars and signed stuff out. And then once the system came back up, the book went back on the shelf until it was changed out at the end of the month. And so it was left in nursing administration or medical records to go through that and scan in the Mars that were signed off.
Yes, sir, because they didn't want us backdating anything.
Did y'all physically sign all of those Mars? Did y'all physically sign those Mars, even if you didn't use them?
No, we didn't sign them if we didn't use them. We only did in emergency situations, like when we couldn't have access to the internet.
So you would take that paper Mars and you initial, and at the bottom, you would actually sign your name and your credentials.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then it looks like a week later is when they terminated you for not putting the brace on. But I want to talk about that a little bit because I want to understand this. So what I understand from your testimony is you were doing your morning med pass, you had gone and pulled medicine, and that medicine included narcotics. Okay. And so they asked you to assist to put the brace on. The respiratory therapist did. And you said, I've got to pass this medicine. Before you passed the medicine, you went and got the nurse manager. I think you called her Miss B. And she went in there to assist. So you did get someone to go assist.
Yes, sir.
And then you went forward with passing your medicine.
Yes, sir. And that's on video because the camera for the hallway is right there at the room. The conversation is on video. What the respiratory therapist didn't know was that the cameras actually work. She thought that because they was remodeling that hall that the cameras didn't work, but her whole conversation to the resident and the conversation me and her had is on video. They sent the other 3 videos of me. They didn't send those.
So let's dig a little bit deeper here, okay? When you were hired to work for Pine Forest, not the agency, but Pine Forest, let's just say it's February, March, I think that's what you said.
Yes, sir.
During that time, I assume you had to do a whole new hire pack because now you were an employee of theirs.
Yes, sir.
So in that new hire pack, did you sign a confidentiality statement?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Did you sign any kind of form regarding HIPAA?
Yes, sir, I did about it. Yes, sir.
So you acknowledge knowingly, let's just be honest here, that going and taking a picture of a resident or any part of a resident's body was breaking HIPAA with your phone. Even if you were uploading it to the facility system, because that picture went on your phone, it was a violation.
Yes, sir.
Now I do have a question, and I want you to help me with this. If you, and I don't think you have your file in front of you, but pages 65 through 92, pages 65 through 92 is a whole lot of pictures, I'm assuming you took, of packets of medication. They have resident names, they have the medication, the dosages, and all of that. And literally it's pages and pages. Some of it has maybe 3, 6, 9, 12 packets of medication in one picture. And it's lots and lots and lots of pages of these medication packets. Can you explain to me what were you trying to prove? What was the purpose of this? I understand the purpose of the wounds. I get that. What was the purpose of the pictures of those medications? Is that meds that were not given explain to me.
Yes, the days that I was not working, those are all pictures of medication that wasn't being given. I got tired of the nurse that was working before me, working 11-7 to shift, not giving her medicines because she was working 3 to 11, 11 to 7. And then when I'm not there, she'll work 7 to 3. And those were all pictures of people who hadn't got their medication. She wasn't giving her medicine. So those pictures of the medication, the DON asked me to take pictures and send them to her. So those pictures went to the DON.
So is your testimony under oath that the DON asked you to take these pictures?
Of the medications, yes, sir. Of the wounds, no. I did the wounds on my own. But as far as the medications, when I called her, because she was on her way, she lives in McGee. She was on her way to work, and I called her and I was telling her, and I was pretty adamant, that I was tired of what was going on with the nurse that was working before me. And I was like, she not giving these people medications. I said, it's a whole bunch of medications that should have been gave and she didn't give them. And I said, this stuff is because they send the medications out in a week. So it was every day that I was off, or the other nurse that used to come in when she was off. These are all medicines from the days that we went there. And she said, well, take a picture of them and send it to me and I'll take care of it when I got there. So I took pictures of all those medications and I sent them to her phone.
Let's talk now about your chain of command. You mentioned that a couple of times. I want to kind of go back over that. I think your statement was that your chain of command was probably your RN supervisor, DON, administrator,
Corporate nurse.
corporate nurse.
Then you go to ombudsman, then the attorney general, and then the Mississippi Department of Health, then the attorney general.
So, is it your testimony that you felt like abuse was taking place in the facility?
Yes, sir.
And you were trained to report abuse?
Yes, sir.
And so is it your testimony under oath that you reported, who did, you told me, but repeat it again, who did you
I
report?
reported it, initially started off reporting it to the unit managers, because when I first got there, I worked all four courts. Then unit manager was like, hey, we reporting it, this and that. So I went to the DON myself and I told her. She didn't really do anything about it. So I pulled Josh to the side and I told him what was going on. And he was like, oh, I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna look into it. But then come to find out, he was the one telling them like certain treatment supplies we needed not to order, that certain orders could only be ordered half because of the budget. So after that, I sent them to all in the same day. I sent them to the corporate nurse. I sent them to the Mississippi Department of Human Services. I sent them to the ombudsman, and I sent them to the attorney general's office.
Remember the date you sent them or the month?
It had to be, I think it was in like June. I want to say June, maybe May, somewhere in there.
So May, June 2023, when you had been employed there 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, I've been employed with the facility 3 or 4 months, but I actually been coming there since like that November. So that was about November to May. I was there 6 months before I just came on.
So what did you send to all those people? Did you send everything we're looking at here? Did you only send the pictures of the wounds? What did you send to them?
It was the wounds, documentation records where Josh had went in and told other nurses to change their nurse's statement because of incidents that happened. It was a packet that had probably over 115, 120 pages. That's why I say everything is not in here.
And this is all the information you sent from the Edgar Allan Poe 69@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
We'll try and speed this up, but I need to get more questions. Since 2023, now, I was looking at this. This is dated October 10th, 24. When did you work at Madison County Nursing and Rehab?
I worked there, it was last year, from I think about March till about October, somewhere in there, somewhere.
Working at the same time you were working at Pinecrest?
Yes, sir. Well, no, Pine Forest was in 23.
Okay, Pine Forest was in 23.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
got that. And this was in 24.
Yes, sir.
And so since your termination at Pine Forest, can you recall to me the places you worked?
Since Pine Forest, I've worked at Madison County Nursing and Rehab, worked for Precision, which is a staffing agency. I worked for a Community Place and Brandon Nursing and Rehab. Oh, in Castle Woods. I'm still employed with Brandon Nursing and Rehab in Castle Woods.
Okay, so you still currently work at Brandon Nursing and Rehab in Castlewood. Are you full-time at either one of those?
At Brandon Nursing and Rehab and part-time at Castle Woods.
And how long have you been at Brandon Nursing and Rehab?
Since July, yeah.
Have you received any personnel actions or disciplinary actions since you've been there? Reprimands. What shift do you work?
7 to 3.
And then Castle Woods is a PRN.
Yes, sir.
From what I understand, you agreed that the way you left out of that building after termination was inappropriate behavior.
Yes, sir.
Did you send any pictures, records, anything that would be a HIPAA violation that was taken while you were at Pine Forest after their date of termination?
No, sir.
Nothing has been sent, no calls were made, nothing was discussed regarding Pine Forest. And
Have a follow-up question. I'm just wanting to ask a question, so. Oh, have you had any communication with this facility since you left?
No, sir. No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Have they requested repayment of that sign-on incentive?
Ma'am, I had been long enough to be there to get my whole sign-on bonus. But they did call me and actually they called me and asked me to come in and do an interview. And then when they found out that all this was going, then they said they gave me a job offer, sent me a letter, then they later rescinded it.
So when did they make that offer, or when did they ask?
That was, I was at Community Place. Had to be earlier this year. That's when the new administration came. They was asking people could they get nurses to come in and work, and everybody gave them my name. So I went back up there and I interviewed. They called me. I did not call them, and I interviewed. They offered me a job, told me that I could start, and then they sent me an email like the next day, and they rescinded it, saying due to legal whatever.
So with you saying that, would you potentially go back?
Yes,
Why?
because the people need good nurses.
I have one follow-up question for you. When you said earlier, you were testifying that you were unable to chart in the electronic MAR, you charted on the paper MAR.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what's reflected on the audits that showed a deficiency. You said those were the days that those were the times when you charted in the paper MAR, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anybody else on your shift having trouble charting in the electronic MAR in those days?
Yes, ma'am. Everybody in the building.
They charted on the paper MAR? And those each time on the audit that showed that you were deficient and did not chart in the electronic MAR, is your testimony that you were charting in the paper MAR?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Any follow-up?
I do have redirect, and I would request at this time a 5-minute recess prior to finishing the redirect of the respondent.
Take a, what take? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, we're back from our recess.
Thank you. I believe I just had a couple of follow-up questions for Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, you previously testified that your last day of employment was October 24th from the Pine Forest Health and Rehabilitation Center, correct?
Yes, it was 23rd, 24th, one of those.
And you previously told, I believe, Mr. Cummings that you did not communicate with that facility or anyone from that facility after that date, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Number when they called me for an interview to come work there.
And you also stated that you did not send the photos after you were terminated, correct?
Correct.
If you would turn with me to MSVN 56 and identify that document for the record.
I got all this out of order.
That's okay.
What is in this? What is it? 56? Okay.
Do you recognize this email and this email exchange to Donna Abels?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Miss Abels?
She's the corporate director,
Okay, for what company?
Pine Forest.
And would you read the subject of this email?
Godspeed.
And there are attachments that say download full resolution, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the date that this email was sent to Miss Abels entitled Godspeed?
The 25th, but this wasn't pertaining to anything dealing with the facility. She reached out to me and asked me what happened, and I told her that she'll find out and that I just couldn't do it anymore. So none of this was sent on the 25th.
So it is your testimony that the images that were attached to an email. I'd like to turn your attention to page 55, and maybe this will refresh your memory. It's an email from Josh Clayton, and I believe you testified that Mr. Clayton also worked for that same company.
Yes, he was the administrator.
Okay, would you read that email from Mr. Clayton, please, dated November 8th?
November the 8th, please see below regarding Mr. Evans using his personal device to take pictures of these patients and their residents.
Okay, and then it looks like he forwarded to Miss Jones, and Miss Jones responded, "Got it, thanks." Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I guess so.
And so the next email is from Josh. Will you read that top email for me, please? The top, it's on page 55. It's at the top, starting with "How do you?"
How do you suggest I get you this video footage? I have it on a jump drive that I can mail or even drop off. You tell me what works best for you.
So you would agree with me that this email that says Godspeed, that discusses images and video that were attached to the complaint, you would agree with me that that was sent after you were terminated, correct?
No, ma'am.
So it is your testimony that the email and the attachment that were sent from you to Donna entitled Godspeed the day after you were terminated, you don't agree that you sent these images after you were terminated?
No, I did not. We had a personal conversation, and if you read, it says download full resolution images available until November the 24th. So I didn't send any to that. And if so, I mean, it says Godspeed. Where's the rest of the email?
It's in the attachments. And if you read, it says, "Please see below regarding Mr. Evans using his personal service devices to take these patients." No further questions.
Do you have any further witnesses?
I do want to reiterate that something about what she just said, if I'm allowed to.
Object to
Technically, you're not allowed to, but I'll let you go ahead this time.
With the emails with me and Miss Abram been knowing me a long time. And when she found out that I was terminated, it wasn't anything about the facility or the job. It was just checking in on me personally. So that was our email. It wasn't any images or anything like that. And you can contact the Mississippi Department of Health and see when everything was really sent.
Oh, that will conclude.
Yes, ma'am, I'm through.
Any further witnesses? Mr. Evans,
Oh, ma'am, I'm done.
then we'll do closing statements at this time. I'll let the Board of Nursing do their closing statement first.
Good afternoon again. You've heard the testimony and reviewed the evidence in this case. It clearly shows that on October 24th, Mr. Evans did refuse to assist with patient care, left the facility using profanities and threats after being terminated, failed to document on a patient. You've also heard that he admitted to taking and distributing these photographs of patients and HIPAA protected information on his personal cell phone. These actions fall below the standard of care and the professional conduct expected of a nurse and raise concerns about patient safety and the integrity of the profession. The clear and convincing evidence has been presented in this case. And laying out the testimony in each of the charges against Mr. Evans, we believe that the respondent negligently and willfully practiced in a manner that failed to meet the generally accepted standards. The case has also shown that he negligently and willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of the persons under his care. We also believe that the clear and convincing evidence shows that he falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries in the record. He engaged in unprofessional misconduct, namely violating confidentiality of information of patient HIPAA protected information, and he failed to safeguard the patient's rights and dignity, all in violation of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. We've heard a lot of testimony from Mr. Evans today regarding the abuse and neglect that the patients were subjected to at this facility. However, you also heard testimony that Mr. Evans continued to work at this facility, even though there were tensions rising, multiple infractions on his part. And so we believe that while he may have had good intentions while sharing this information, the fact remains that he still violated HIPAA protected HIPAA protected information and patient dignity. And we ask that you would take disciplinary action against his nursing license at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, if you'd like to make a brief closing statement.
That's I love being a nurse. And I'm just the type of person, I've always been a stubborn child. I don't walk away from my fight. And that's what you do every day. Being a nurse, it's a fight. It's a fight every day. And if everybody's just gonna get up and walk out because it's hard, then people ain't gonna get taken care of. So what are we doing this for? What is the real reason? Just because it's hard, just because things may not be going how you want to, okay, report them to the people that need to know. Report them to the people that need to fix this system. But you don't just walk away from something that you love. You love your kids, you love your wife, and everybody messes up. So you just walk away from it. So that's what I'm caught up in. And I mean, there ain't much more to say about this. It was a bad facility. They don't even have all of the evidence. They have partial things. The only things they have is the things that make it look like I did something wrong. They don't have the paper more that if anytime the lights go out or we don't have access to the system, anything that happens to where we can't access the EMR, we have a backup system. So, I mean, if you're gonna really charge me with something, have all the proof, have all the evidence, even with the pictures, those are not even all the pictures. Now, I fully take responsibility for how I left out of there. That was unprofessional and that was very immature. So that part, yeah, I was wrong. I should have did that and I should have had more respect for myself than to leave like that. But it was just, I was at a boiling point and I broke. So that, yeah, I take full responsibility for that. But all the other charges, violating HIPAA, I don't see where I violated HIPAA if the policy says if you're having a problem or issue and it's not being taken care of within the facility, these are the people you sent it to. I sent it from the facility. I sent it through the facility's email. I never sent it from my personal email. The only way I had to take a picture was with my phone. So yes, I did take the pictures on my phone, but I never sent it from my phone. I never sent it outside of the facility. If y'all could really call Mississippi Department of Health and get the whole story and the Attorney General's office, y'all could see the time that it was sent. They were sent while I was at work. They just never knew until it got to Miss Donna, who had sent everything. And they was under investigation at the time that I got fired. So I feel like I went through my chain of command. And even with the medication administrations, all those medications, those are days and weeks. People are not getting their medication. So, I mean, I can't say nothing else about it, but I mean, I would tell y'all this, and I'm just being honest. If I ever went in that situation again, I'll do it all over. I will do it again in a heartbeat if it's advocating for my patients. So if I can't advocate for them, y'all can have my nursing license. I don't want them. That's what I'm here to do. I didn't hurt anybody. I wasn't intentionally trying to hurt anybody, but I love what I do, and I'm going to fight every damn day for my patient. I'm sorry. And if that's what I'm wrong for, do what y'all got to do. I understand. That's it.
We've been hearing and testimony in this matter. Baron Evans, license number P326775, case number 2023-1026. I'll entertain a motion to go in closed session to determine whether the board has grounds to go in executive session.
Make the motion.
Second. All in favor? Motion, all opposed, motion carries. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 2541-7 4D to conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board.
That motion.
Second. Motion by Mr. Cummings, second by Ms. Moody. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Board is now in executive session. we're back on the record.
Well, thank God.
The hearing panel is deliberating, and I'm going to announce their findings. As to charge one, guilty. As to charge two, not guilty. As to charge three, not guilty. Charge four, guilty. Charge five, guilty. The board has ordered that you be issued a fine of $500, a formal reprimand, 3 classes: ethics, righting the wrong; second class HIPAA, privacy and security; and third class is uphold standards of nursing. You'll have 180 days to complete these requirements. Formal order will be issued within 45 days, a written order, and we forwarded to you.
I'll pay that fine today.
We don't have the order written now, but you can stick with the compliance officer. But you'll need to pay it within 180 days of the order. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back on the record. Good afternoon. Today's date is October the 8th, 2025. The time is 3:36 p.m. We're present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road, Richland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter on the docket in the matter of Penny Armon, license number R886247, house number 2025-0665. My name again is Pamela Ratliff. I am the Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, to complete the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and regulations. This is an administrative proceeding, not a court of law, so the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern trials in a court of law do not apply. And may, however, use both as a guide when ruling on matters. At this time, I'll ask the hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify who will serve as the alternate, and if the alternate will not participate in deliberations or the decision by the board. Janelle Moody.
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clanton.
Sandra Culpepper, alternate.
And will the attorney for the board identify themselves for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee present?
Yes,
Please state your name for the record.
my name is Tammy Trepanier Armin.
Armin, Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
Armin, I see you're at the table by yourself. Do you have an attorney?
I do not.
Let me ask you a few questions before we get started, since you are by yourself without an attorney. You understand that you had a right to have an attorney with you today, to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to present witnesses and testimony on your behalf today. You understand you have the right to introduce documents and evidence on your behalf.
Ma'am.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine witnesses that may testify against you. You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses or documents to, at today's, should you need that. You understand due to the severity of the charges pending against your license, that the outcome of today's hearing could result in an adverse action on your nursing license.
I do. Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of this, is it your desire to go forward without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Do you have any witnesses that's going to testify on your behalf?
I do.
Who?
Tiara Thompson, she's the facility administrator and supervisor at the place of employment that has kept me, even though I've been temporarily suspended.
Any other witnesses?
No, ma'am.
And state your name,
Tiara Thompson,
spell that for me.
Tiara.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any, no other witnesses?
No other witnesses.
You'll be testifying on your own behalf? Okay. Mr. Walker, any, witnesses for the board?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call Miss Yolanda Ray.
At this time, I ask the court reporter to place all the witnesses under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Do you have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We would request to introduce B1 through B12. And I'd also request on page 14, to seal page 14, I believe it has her social security number on there. It's not redacted. We can do that.
Ms. Armand, have you had a chance to review B1 through B12?
I have.
Do you have any objections to those documents being introduced today in the record?
No objections.
Do you have any documents that you plan to produce? No. Okay. No objections to B1 through B12, and page 14 will be admitted under seal. I'll have those marked and introduced accordingly. Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
Right. The order of the hearing today, since this is a disciplinary matter, will be, it's the Board of Nursing's burden of proof, so they will put on their case first, then you will put on your case. The board will call their witnesses. You have the right to cross-examine any witnesses that the board has testifying. Once the board rests, you can put on your case, you call your witnesses, and the board attorney can cross-examine your witness. The hearing panel or myself can question any of the witnesses if we need further clarification. Opening statements and closing statements are allowed. Opening statements should be a brief summary. It's not evidence, so they'll put your case in chief on during the opening statement. It's just kind of summarize what you expect to offer. Closing statements, again, those are persuasive. You do not have to do those. They're voluntary. It should just be a brief summary of what information or proof you put in. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, and you're doing a great job speaking up. Make sure the microphone is in front of your face. The court reporter is taking everything we say, so if you're being asked a question, let the person asking the question complete the question before you answer, and they'll do likewise. All right, Mr. Walker, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Today, you will see evidence that Ms. Armand violated the MMVP agreement she signed on March 27th, 2024. You will see that she has tested positive for alcohol on 4 separate occasions. It's in violation of that agreement. You will also see that she tested positive for THC and cannabinoids. You will also see today in the evidence that she admitted to drinking alcohol. In the admin code, Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2826, it states that any noncompliance with the monitoring agreement is unprofessional conduct. It also states that termination from the program is unprofessional conduct. One of the charges against Ms. Armand today is that she violated a rule of the board. So based on the board's rules, you will see clear and convincing evidence that she is guilty of this charge. The other charge against Ms. Armand is that she is addicted to or is a habitual user of habit-forming drugs or substances. And in the evidence today, you will see that the assessment from April of this year diagnosed her with an alcohol use disorder. So today you'll see clear and convincing evidence. She is guilty of those violations in the complaint. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Armin, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am, I would. I got into nursing in 2010. I went to Hines Community College and received a RN in their allied program. I worked for about 5 years in med-surg and also in ICU. In 2015, I obtained a bachelor's degree. From then up until now, well, actually up until right after the pandemic, I haven't had any infractions on my license, no problems with any other habit-forming substances, and no issues with any patient care or nor any employers. I do admit that I have developed a substance abuse disorder after experiencing quite traumatic things during COVID, seeing ethical dilemmas and just a multitude of patients dying. I did develop that ineffective coping, and I've also gone through some I'm going through a divorce, and I do believe that that exacerbated my issue. I did, and I won't plead my full case here, but I did seek help at Harbor House prior to reporting to the Board of Nursing some significant substance abuse issues. And I self-reported, hoping that I could get into a program and get some assistance more assistance in depth with that. I did fail to meet the requirements of the Mississippi Voluntary Nurse Program. And I do admit that it was a chance that I had to fix things. However, I've had some life-changing moments within the last year, 2025. And my position now is that I'm at the mercy of the board, and I respectfully and just hopefully ask that if you would read the assessment that was done for me in March and consider her recommendations and also anything that you see fit that would be of help to me in continuing in this career.
Thank you, Ms. Armin. All right, Mr. Walker, I'll let you begin.
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, we call Ms. Ray. Ms. Ray, will you state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
My name is Yolanda Ray. My current place of employment is the Mississippi Board of Nursing, specifically the Mississippi Nurse Volunteer Program.
And will you state how long you've been here at the board?
5 months.
And you stated you're part of the Nurse Volunteer Program, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just kind of give us an overview for the record what that is?
The Mississippi Nurse Volunteer Program, MNVP, is a voluntary alternative to discipline program. It's a program for individuals struggling with substance use disorder and or mental health issues to come to try to get help where they're trying to maintain recovery. We provide monitoring and support services for them while they're trying to get themselves stable to go to work so that they're not a danger to themselves or patients in their care.
Okay, thank you. So I know you said you've been here for 5 months, but is it fair to say that, and it sounds like it is, but in your opinion, is it fair to say you're familiar with this program?
Yes.
Okay. If you would, just look at what's been identified and marked as page 4 in your exhibits. Will you just identify that for us, please?
It is the license verification.
And does it show when Ms. Armin was first licensed in Mississippi?
Yes, July 19th, 2010.
Okay, and what was she licensed as? I'm sorry.
Registered nurse.
Okay. On page 5, will you tell us what this shows about Ms. Armin? It's at the bottom of the page there.
Right, it shows that she is enrolled in an alternative to discipline program.
Okay, and this MMVP is an alternative discipline program?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if you would, next turn to page 7, and would you ID that for the record?
This is the complaint.
Okay, And would you just sum up the charges against Ms. Armin in that complaint, or you can read them, whichever you prefer?
Charge one, she says negligently and willfully violated, any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or license. And then charge two, the, respondent is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual use of narcotics or
Okay.
drugs.
Okay, thank you. And are there any facts listed in that complaint that would support those charges?
Yes.
And can you just kind of summarize those, if you will, or you can read them, whichever is easier.
Let's see. Um, Says the respondent submitted an MMVP pre-intake packet on or about December 18th, 2023. Respondent admitted her substance abuse history, including, fentanyl, alcohol, THC, and morphine. The next one, respondent signed the MMVP monitoring agreement on or about March 27, 24. In that agreement, respondent admitted she was affected by substance abuse and dependence. In that monitoring agreement, the respondent tested positive for alcohol on 4 separate occasions: September the 5th, 2024, September 9th, 2024, October 22nd, 2024, December 26th, 2024, and also a positive test for THC on March 25th, 2025.
Is there anything else in there that talks about the rules?
Says that, any non-compliance with the monitoring agreement or unsuccessful termination from the program is unprofessional conduct and is a violation of the rules. Respondent was non-compliant and terminated from the program. Let's see, an assessment which was performed on April 29, 2025, diagnosed respondent with alcohol use disorder, severe, and opioid use disorder mild. The recommendations include the IOP, women's group, and
Thank you. So essentially, in looking at the complaint, she was charged with a violation of the monitoring agreement. Is that correct?
yes.
Let's start on page 14. And it's been introduced and labeled as B6. Can you tell us what this is on page 14?
Page 14 is the, MNV pre-intake packet, one of the pages of the packet.
And what is the pre-intake packet?
The pre-intake packet, is the paperwork that starts the process for an individual who wants to, become enrolled in the program. It's where they fill out, whatever their concerns are, what they're experiencing that leads them to want to participate in the program.
So before we get real deep into this, is this one of the first steps that has to be taken for an individual to get in?
Yes.
Okay. So when in the process is this filled out?
This is the beginning of the process. So if a person calls to self-report, they will call in and do a self-report, or if we, receive a report from, a referral from a board investigator, the very next step is for them to get this packet to fill out, to return to us, so that we can start looking to see if they're eligible for the program.
So the purpose of this is to determine eligibility? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 15, will you state for the record what she has listed there under, substance abuse history,
Mhm.
substance use history, I'm sorry.
It says, fentanyl IV, alcohol, THC, and morphine IV.
Okay, so that's what she's saying she had a use history of?
Yes.
All right, and then according to this, packet, or in pre-intake packet she filled out, has she had any treatment?
Yes, Harbor House, May 2023.
Okay, and in her packet, did she admit to having a substance abuse problem?
Yes.
Okay. So in determining eligibility, is that one of the requirements to get in, or the criteria to get into the program?
Yes.
Now, the charges that you read earlier on page 7, one of them was that she was addicted to or dependent on habit forming drugs. Was that correct?
Yes.
And here we have her essentially in writing admitting.
Yes.
Okay. In her packet, I saw, can you tell us, she admits to diverting. Will you tell us about that, or you can just read it? It's on the information, I believe, on 16 or 17.
Yeah, well, basically, she diverted, fentanyl from a patient, instead of giving it to the patient, she diverted it and, used the medication for herself.
And can you tell us what she says led to her wanting to be considered for MMVP there on page 16?
When she wanted, well, when she contacted us to be, considered for MMVP, she had started, experimenting with the IV drugs and she wanted, some help with that, wanted to try to get on the right track.
And did she say that she was sober at any time before that?
Yes, 7 months sober, and then this was like, I think just a couple of months before she said.
Okay. So according to her statement and what we said, what we looked at, you said she had a history with alcohol and THC, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, if you look at page 18, we just state what this is for the record.
this is the, eligibility agreement for the, MMVP program.
And just tell us what this does. Why do they sign this?
They signed this so that they know, what happens if you do not meet the requirements, like, what will happen for you to stay in the program and what happens if, for you to be removed from the program. So when they sign this, they know exactly if I do this, then I'll be terminated from the program. I must do these things to stay in the program. So that's the purpose of the eligibility agreement.
So it's kind of to inform them, is that correct?
Yes,
Is this also telling them they'll be referred to legal if something happens?
yes. So if they, yeah, the person knows, they're unsuccessful, then they will be referred to legal because, they're no longer in the MMVP program.
And so when they sign, they kind of agree to all these requirements, is that correct?
Yes,
So, and just so we're clear, there are no surprises on the part of a licensee when they join this program.
no.
All right, look on page 19 for me, Ms. Ray, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Can you just tell us what this is?
This is the actual, monitoring agreement for the MMVP, person.
Okay, and can you state what the purpose of this agreement is?
So this agreement, outlines every, thing that the participant has to do, as far as the requirements, drug testing, employment, everything that they must, be compliant with to remain in the program. So it outlines everything for them.
Like the length and what they have, the requirements?
Yes,
So this is what, once an applicant, just so we get a clear picture of the process, once an applicant's in the program, this is what they sign to be accepted, is that correct?
right.
And who is named on this agreement we have here on page 19? Who's named on this agreement?
Tammy Armand,
All right. And we just state what the date of this agreement is, please?
March 27, 2024.
Okay. And based on what we have here in the record, it looks like Ms. Armand initialed, is that correct?
Yes,
Is that normal practice for them to initial the agreements?
yes,
So it's kind of, is this to signify that they understand the terms?
right. And before they initially make sure they understand, so you don't initial until you've had a chance to ask questions, then we make sure you understand.
So the initial comes after you've already explained.
Yes.
On page 19 here, under C,
Mhm.
can you just tell us what this term requires?
So C is, abstention, and it's basically, there is no alcohol use, no drug use, total, abstaining from the use of, any substances.
And does this also inform the applicant that a positive drug screen will have consequences?
Yes,
And on page 20, we also believe E, we state what E requires, please.
E is, the drug screens, and, it's letting them know, letting the participant know that drug screens are required, frequency of the drug screens, and, they like must be taken, can't be missed.
Okay. Does it require, and it requires them to check in, is that correct?
Yeah,
also?
daily checking.
And it just for clarification purposes, is a check-in, they call it check-in to see if they have a drug test?
Right, so this daily check-in, and, if you have if you randomly selected for a test that day, then you have to go and take your test. So it's a check-in to be accountable and to find out if you have drugs.
Gotcha, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so on page 22, I'm gonna look at another one. We state what term Q requires.
Q is the program completion requirements or either termination. And, it basically lets the person know, what happens if they're terminated from the program if they don't successfully complete.
So it tells them that they have to comply to complete the program, is that correct? Okay. And so in this agreement, how long did she agree to comply with the terms?
60 months.
Okay, and so you stated earlier, I believe, that she signed, and on the page here, it says March 27th, 2024. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so March of last year is when this was signed?
Yes.
All right, on page 23. Can you tell us what this is, please?
This is an assessment, that was done for Ms. Armand. Basically, an evaluation or an assessment for any recommendations or letting us, informing us of, her issues.
Okay, and what's the date on this assessment?
April 29th, 2025.
Okay, can you tell us why she had this assessment about 13 months after she entered the program?
So this assessment was done because there was a failed drug screen. So anytime there's a failed drug screen, there's an evaluation and assessment to see to make sure that the participant is fit to go back to work after you failed the drug screen.
Okay, so according to this assessment, if you look under the presenting problems, we state what she reported her problems were with substance abuse.
Says she has struggled with multiple substances. She originally abused alcohol. She went to Harbor House. She's diverted medication in 2023 from where she was employed. She diverted fentanyl. She's recently tested positive for THC in March. Stated the positive test was from bath salts, and she was coming for a reassessment so that she can try to stay in the program.
Okay. So in this assessment under the abuse history, does that confirm that she has in fact had a history of abuse of alcohol and marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this, what made her call the board originally?
The diverting medication, the diverting of fentanyl at her place of employment.
I'm sorry, say it just a little louder.
I'm sorry, diverting at her place of employment.
Okay. In the next to last paragraph, I believe it's on page 23. Will you just read that paragraph for the record, please,
Okay.
ma'am?
The client reports that over the past year, she was aware for positive drug screens from alcohol. She has used alcohol while in the program. She had 3 episodes where she was binge drinking. She relapsed on August 24th, 2024, and on another holiday, and drank on Labor Day. She drank in December. The first 2 days she was binge drinking. The last day was a glass of champagne.
So in this, excuse me, she admits she has abused substances in violation of the agreement that she just signed a little more than a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's flip over a few pages to page 26, Ms. Ray, please. The diagnosis there.
Yes.
Will you just read that for the record, please?
The diagnosis here, alcohol use disorder severe and opioid use disorder mild.
Okay, so again, in the complaint, she was charged with being addicted to high-performing substances, correct?
Yes.
And here we have a diagnosis from just this year of that very thing, is that correct?
Yes.
And also you stated, in the complaint we looked at, she was charged with, violating a rule of the board because part 2826 of the code states that non-compliance or termination is unprofessional conduct, is that correct?
Yes.
And so also in this assessment, she admitted that she had violated those terms again, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's look at a couple of those positive screens, drug screens.
Okay.
I think on page 27, we show, just state, I'm sorry, state what this shows.
It shows a positive drug screen for alcohol.
Okay. And what was the date on this result?
September 5th, 2024.
Okay, and on the next page, page 28, will you state what does this first note, excuse me, from Dr. Lubin say?
Says participant returned my call, stated she had been drinking on her birthday weekend. This result indicates that a minimum of 7 ounces of alcohol was consumed in the 2 to 4 weeks preceding the blood draw. And at this level, I would estimate a minimum of 40 to 48 ounces were consumed. This is positive,
Okay,
test is positive.
so let me, I apologize, let me back up. She tested positive for alcohol and then this was MRO, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just state for the record what an MRO is?
A MRO is a medical review. And that's where there's a positive test and the participant has to have it looked at again to determine if, if it's a false positive or prescription positive. And the medical review officer looked at the test and goes through to make a determination based on any prescriptions they may have submitted and the test outcome. And the MRO said this one was just positive after another review.
Okay, so and according to this, what he said, that it couldn't have just been one drink, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Okay, on page 30, we state for the record what we have on page 30. And
Page 30
I believe it results on 31.
is a positive test for alcohol.
And what was the date on that test?
The date on this one was September 9th, 2024.
Okay. If you flip over to page 32, we just state for the record, it appears this one was MRO, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state for the record what Dr. Lubin said on this note?
Okay. He said spoke to participant who admitted to have been drinking through Labor Day weekend, which explains this result. Suggested frequent UDS drug screens and egress, I can't read that, including back-to-back and Friday, Monday test with random PET test.
So he essentially recommended more testing, correct?
Yes.
On page 34, just look at that one. We just think it's pretty evident this is another test, but we state for the record what the date and results were of this test.
This is a positive test for alcohol, and the date on this test is October 22nd, 2024.
And then we have another note on page 36 from Dr. Lubin. We read that for the record.
Page 36.
It's the first note, I'm sorry.
Let's see. Participant returned my call, admitted to the use of alcohol based cold cough medicine, NyQuil, as well as alcohol based mouthwash. Although the alcohol for these products can account for the result, I cannot be certain that it is the cause.
And just for clarification, are they told not to use alcohol products?
Yes.
It's in the agreement that they said?
Yes.
Okay. On page 38. This is a PET test for Miss Armin, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the date of that test?
December 18th, 2024.
And what was the results on that?
This was a positive test result.
And on page 39, did she admit to drinking?
Yes, in the first note, admitted to drinking heavily in the 2 to 4 weeks prior to the blood test.
Okay. Thank you. So she signed this agreement in March of 2024, and then by December of 2024, about 9 months later, she's tested positive 4 times for alcohol and admitted to it every time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's look at page 46. Michelle. Can you tell us what is the date of this test?
This test is March 25th, 2025.
And here, what was she positive for?
This test is positive for THC and cannabinoid.
All right, and on page 48, the second note, Dr. Lubin has a note there. Will you just say what he says?
The second note. Participant called to report she was using a body product that contain hemp. This could well be the source of the undetected THC, however, I cannot know with 100% certainty that, if this could, account for the source of the THC, so test is positive,
So you said the test is positive.
yes.
And is that consistent with what, we looked at her assessment earlier, is that consistent with that assessment?
Yes,
So based on what we've looked at today in the evidence, and her admissions in the evidence, has Ms. Arman been compliant with the agreement she assigns?
no,
And as a result of that, was she terminated from the program?
yes,
Okay, and so according to the rules that govern this program, is non-compliance or termination is considered unprofessional conduct, is that correct?
yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Carmen, do you have any questions for the board's witness?
No questions.
Board hearing panel have any questions for the witness?
On B8, what is this what type of assessment is this that we're looking? Is it psych assessment? Is it an addiction assessment? What?
23, let me see.
Page 23.
Okay.
Didn't have any kind of a heading other than date of assessment.
Okay, so, it's a assessment to determine fitness for duty. So after someone has, failed a drug test and they immediately, cease to work, they can no longer, can't work at that time. So in order for them to get back to work, there's, an evaluation or assessment required. And that assessment is trying to determine if they're able to go back to work, or if not, if there's anything they need to do before they can go back to work and be safe to work around the patient. So it's really a fitness for duty assessment.
So is this something that's done after they complete the program?
No, this is done, if anyone is in the program and they fail the drug screen,
Uh-huh.
then this is required. There's an automatic cease to practice, and before you can get back to work, this is.
I
required.
understand.
Mhm.
Who performed with, is it a board appointed?
There's a list of, board approved assessors, and, each, participant, when we call and let them know if they failed the drug screen and that the evaluation is required, we, give them the list of board approved assessors, and they're free to choose who they want to go to from their list.
To your knowledge, is this the only assessment she had? Did she have any kind of a psych assessment, addiction assessment? Anything like that to your knowledge?
She started the program before I started, so there probably was one, to get into the program, but since I've been in it, this was after the fact.
Is that normally something that's required before someone goes into the MNVP?
Yeah. Mhm.
Any other questions? All right. No other questions?
Oh, sorry, no, Your Honor.
All right. You attended the witness?
I attend the witness.
Any more witnesses?
No, Your Honor, state rest.
Ms. Hartman, the state is rested, they put on their case, it's your time to put on your case, and you can call your witness, or you can testify, okay.
This moment, I'd like to testify and just explain some of the details of my path in this program. And after, I would like to call my witness.
Okay, after you finish testifying, the board attorney will cross-examine you, and then the hearing panel will probably cross-examine you. Okay,
So initially, I'd like to just address some of the truths that were stated. In December 2024, I did reach out to the director of the MVP program and admitting noncompliance. I was given the opportunity there was a review stating that I could stay in the program. I was ecstatic. In March 2025, when I tested positive for THC, knowing that I had not used any willingly or in order to produce a mind-altering effect, I was taken back. I went through all the paperwork that I could. Initially, when I saw the chain of custody form, it had a wrong date on it. So I was just thinking, that's gotta be it. This isn't my test. after we reviewed papers and they retested the same sample that I signed off on, I went through my cabinets looking for anything that could have been a reason for the positive test. And when I spoke to the MRO, Dr. Lubin, he stated that the amount in that sample was so low that it definitely could have come from lotions, body salts, or something like that, but he could not just know that for a fact. It was off-putting for me, but I understood the rules and regulations of the program. It definitely stressed me to a point to where I even submitted to the MNVB program that I did suffer a cardiac arrest afterwards because it was just stressful. I had finally found my flow in the program. I do admit these alcohol screenings are valid. I did have a drink, and with alcoholism and substance abuse, you can't, you can think that you could just have one, but then it is just a snowball effect, and it does get worse and worse. Those test numbers that you saw that were just very high, I did admit in my statements that that one drink turned into binge drinking. And that's why in opening, I admitted that I am at the mercy of the board. But this March screening is what truly just threw me off path. However, even though I had not been in the MVP program and I was taken out of the program, I continued to check in. And I continued to do those random drug screens. And since then, they've all been negative. No one asked me to do that. I just saw that I was still active in the system. And so I moved forward with that. I know you asked a question about therapy, and I had been going to substance abuse and psychiatric therapy with a therapist. They required a year. Miss Whitney Perry was my person, and I sat with her for a year, and she was the one submitting the documents to the MNVP program. As an ICU RN, I had been exposed to the most potent narcotics for over 15 years. I have never before wanted to engage in any of those mind-altering substances. However, life happens, and it's our responsibility to cope in a way that doesn't derail or self-destruct. And I failed at that time. And I'm admitting that. I self-reported because I realized that in all honesty, I didn't want to be one of those nurses found somewhere, or even continue. It was a 2-month thing, and it just, for me, it wasn't fitting. It didn't fitting for anyone, but I judged myself and just looked in the mirror and said I needed to get some help. My last marijuana use date is April 21st, 2023. My last alcohol use date is December 2024, and opioids, December 2023. I've sought out self-help programs. I still go to AA online in a program called Celebrate Recovery locally. And I still do that 3 times a week. It's not required right now, but I wanted to attend Bridge to Recovery on my own accord. the IOP that was suggested, and this Exhibit B is a reassessment. It was a board suggested place. It's called the Bridge to Recovery. Their 10-week program was something I definitely wanted to do, even if it wasn't for proof that I needed here, that I'm trying to do better. But being out of work, those programs cost a little bit, they're a little expensive, even if you have insurance coverage. So I had not been able to do that. And it's still my intent to. I do want to just add that, although I'm going through these things, I've been completely transparent with my places of employment, with everything I'm going through. And that's partially accountability. And the other part is just knowing that going through a separation or divorce, I need to stay financially responsible and be able to say, yes, I can financially support my children. I'd like to stay in the marital home. So along with wanting to continue to be an RN and care for my patients, I do have personal investment in this to attempt to hold on to my children and my family and keep us as unified as possible. I am not backing away from the responsibility and blaming anyone or anything for the way that I've coped with the things that have happened in the last few years. But I do want to just state that I do believe it had some bearing. I also would like to let the board know that before all of this started, I did have anxiety and depression as diagnoses. Thankfully, getting out of that marital situation, I've been able to wean off of antidepressants. And at the time that I realized I had an alcohol abuse issue, I was prescribed Xanax since 2010, and I chose to take myself off of it and choose something non-narcotic. So although I have had this struggle, I have been fighting to reverse this and choose a better path for myself. And I would love to reiterate that nobody had to make me sign a paper to do it. I'm currently doing bookkeeping and secretarial duties for 2 companies, Productive Electrical Solutions and Heritage Car Repair. But it's not something I'm just feeling like I'm finding my way in. It's there to pay the bills, but I say that to say this. The patient care, the colleague support, and the type of nurse that I have led my current employer to, like I said, through all of these struggles. She has worked with me. I have even gotten the opportunity to excel in leadership in those spaces, even though I'm going through this. And they see the work that I'm putting in to attempt to maintain. For now, if it's okay, I'd like to call my witness.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold up just a minute, calling your witness. If you're finished testifying, the board attorney will have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. You completed your testimony?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Mr. Walker, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Arman. I believe you answered most of what I was gonna ask on some of this. How long, you said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you admitted you were diverting, is that correct?
I did. After I went to Harbor House in 2023, I was sober for 7 months. My first use with fentanyl and morphine was an attempt to overdose. When I did not overdose, I started to have a euphoric feeling. The last time I diverted, there was a 2-month span in between. I pulled several vials of medication. And I'd like to state on record that I did not use this medication while caring for patients. There are many healthcare professionals in the building right now, so I will say it was about 12 vials, and I had taken them all. And when I woke up, I was like, okay, I'm meant to be here, thank God. Now it's time to call the board because I didn't think I was gonna get in trouble for that. I didn't know I would be alive the next morning. I didn't think I would have to answer to that. I have gone to therapy for suicidal thoughts and ideations.
Are you seeing somebody now?
I am.
How often do you see them?
We've gone to once every 2 weeks. I have a brother that hung himself in 2016. And I do believe that there's a family history of, mental disorders. However, that is something that everyone has gone to therapy and attempted to be seen professionally for. So when I did this, initially it was not to become an IV drug user. But I knew that I was gonna have to face the consequences.
So I don't want to cut you off, but how long have you been seeing? You said you see a therapist. How long have you been seeing that therapist?
I've been seeing her since August of 2024, September of 2024. Yeah, yes, sir.
Let's see what else that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but based on your testimony, I understand, and based on the record, you admitted you have a substance abuse problem,
Yes, sir.
and you agree with me that was one of the charges against you.
Yes.
So you don't deny that you're guilty of that charge.
No.
One thing I guess I don't really understand, I have a question about is you were aware when you signed the agreement that you couldn't drink, right?
I was.
So can you tell us why did you continue to drink?
I had a moment in time where I was completely sober for 8 months prior to drinking. That initial time, it was a birthday weekend, and I succumbed to the environment that I placed myself in. And after that time, it was like a trigger. So it went on for another 3 months. Until I got the second chance in the program. It's something you learn in AA. It's people, places, timing. And that was something that I just did not, I just gathered around familiar friends and family members that I had been, knowing my whole life. And at the time, I wasn't thinking that it was something that was going to show up. However, like I said, the trigger with it in being in excess, it did. And I'm admitting that that was a weak moment. But since then, I've also had some changes occur that have truly spawned me in a different direction.
What changes?
Well, after December and having the second chance, my relationship with God has become much stronger. I hope that's not cliche, but it's my truth. And I don't think that I would have been able to sustain the way I am now without that connection. Also, after a while of sobriety, you tend to think, okay, I got this. I've been sober 6 months. Like you, as an addict, you feel like you're strong enough to expose yourself to certain places and things. And sometimes you do. I personally have slowed down on meetings before. And in that, it's just not something that can happen. So the seriousness of my addiction was heightened. I just realized, like, even though I had not been doing this my whole life, this is a part of life that I need to work through. And I'm still in a place where I need the therapy. I need to conform to the rules, and I'm gonna be stronger because of those things.
So in your, going back to your compliance with the agreement, you had essentially within a 9-month period, you had 4 positive tests, right? Based on what we looked at.
Yeah.
Would you agree that's excessive?
I do. However, 2 of those tests were PIF tests. So there were 2 moments, well, 3, and that's still excessive for an abstinence program. But 2 of those tests were PIF tests that backtrack. So at those specific times, I wasn't drinking, but it picked up what I had done in the prior months, which were urine drug screens that came back positive.
And that, again, this was in the first year of you signing this agreement, correct?
Correct.
In the agreement, we looked at it, we don't have to go back to it, but it's on page 19. It talks about abstinence, and you understood that to refrain from anything that could essentially cause you to test positive, right?
Yeah.
So one of the results you stated that we looked at, talked about, NyQuil and mouthwash, I believe. So why use that if you knew you couldn't?
I was sick. I had flu and COVID, and nothing seemed to be working. But at the time, I just didn't think that that would create a positive. I mean, I know that it could have. I did.
Because you knew it contained alcohol.
Yeah.
And I think you said this already, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but would you agree with me that you haven't been compliant with this agreement?
I would agree.
Okay, and you were also terminated from the program based on your non-compliance?
Yes.
Okay, and that was one of the charges against you too, so would you agree that you were guilty of that charge as well?
I agree that I was non-compliant.
I guess too, and I don't wanna, you've been very honest, I think, I'm not trying to trip you up, I promise. Based on the amount of tests and the positives that you have, would you think it's fair to say, and I think you just said this, that you were given a second chance?
I was. But I would not be here now if the marijuana test, I didn't smoke marijuana. And like I said, on the nanograms per milliliter, it's clearly visible that it was not a substance that was inhaled or taken in. And, even Dr. Lubin stated in his, that in his statement that that is definitely that the amount that was in my system was highly, like that's looking like that's exactly what that is. He said either lotions or body substances. So even the MRO agreed that, but then it also states that he could not confirm that, but that's his statement.
Right, and I guess my point to that is, in the agreement you signed on 19, it states that you'll stay away from any products that could cause a positive result, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess you've only been in the program, I mean, we're not looking at a 5-year term here. This is literally less than 2 years, right?
Correct.
So, but why should the panel think, or the board think that you could comply with any order requiring a drug test? Because based on your history, you haven't been compliant.
And that's because I've had this realization. I do admit that when I self reported, I felt like I couldn't wait. I needed someone to know. I needed to. It was life or death for me. And although I do admit that I was not ready to completely remove those substances from, my use, from using them, I needed intervention at that time. And I don't regret reporting to the Board of Nursing when I started diverting fentanyl. If I could have waited until I was completely ready, I could have self-reported later, but in my mind, I didn't have that time. I didn't have that time because that fentanyl and morphine addiction, you never know when that's your last time using those substances. And although I may not have been completely ready at the time to let go of alcohol, I knew that I could not continue without letting someone know what was going on.
And based on that, you keep saying the term ready. Do you think based on your non-compliance that you're ready now?
I
mean,
am. I'm ready now.
But so this, and the reason I'm asking, this is a treatment program to help you, correct?
Correct.
And as of June of this year, you've been terminated. That's less than 3 months ago. So, and in your words, you stated since you've been terminated, you've been, you haven't tested positive.
Correct.
So that's really only 3 months. And in the year, 3 months before that, you weren't. So, I mean, there's not really a large time scale to say that you're ready. So let me ask you this way, what do you base on, based on what are you ready now?
Well, first off, the board approved assessors, the one that was recommended to me at the Bridge to Recovery, has gone over this with me and has seen my history and, her suggestions, I do believe, could be a valid, stake here. She recommends a 10-week IOP, a women's group, and whatever, which they test 3 times a week. And whatever the Board of Nursing suggests as well. So respectfully, the place that the board itself sent me, I respect their suggestion and I trust myself.
It looks like one of the recommendations was IOP, correct?
Correct.
So based on your history, do you not think you could use some time off to maybe get ready? Because you really have 3 months
Well-
as far as negative drugs.
I've been off since March, so about 6 months.
Because of your
No.
positive test, correct?
Correct. And so in hindsight, I do believe I've had enough time off.
So I guess, let me ask you, why should the panel allow you to keep your license based on your non-compliance already with an alternative program versus what would be a disciplinary action? Why?
Well, as I stated earlier, just because of the recommendation. And also, I'm at the board's mercy and hopefully they were able to see in my testimony, what I've gone through, the things I've overcome, and can see that in the future, this is dire for me and for my family. And also that I would be able to continue to practice and not harm the community, being that I haven't had any type of infractions other than this.
And I want to go back to one thing. You said that you were sober for about 8 months, correct? And then you had we don't have to go into what happened, but something happened in your life, right? And you relapsed.
After Harbor House or after,
I just know you said you were sober for 8 months. I didn't write the time down. I'm sorry. You can elaborate if you'd like.
it was 8-month period was after, December 2023. And during that time, I believe that I placed myself around people and a place that was conducive to drinking. And I stated that that is something that I'll be looking into and changing or have changed. And so nothing eventful happened. It was a birthday, but seeing that I wasn't at the time, in a place to where I could celebrate in that way, with those people without being, having that urge or whatever, I have decided to, refrain from those environments.
So let me, and you said this earlier, and I don't, just so I can have them, what, can you tell us your date of sobriety?
Yes. Well, from the testing or from what?
Just what you consider your date of sobriety?
December 18th, 2024.
And that was the last time I'm sorry, that was the last time you used any type of substance or alcohol.
Correct.
But we had the positive test for March, which could have been a bath salt, according to, we're not sure, but it was just a positive THC. Is that correct?
Correct.
So based on that, you, in your testimony, you were sober 8 months from December 2023 or after December?
From December 2023.
Okay, so then you had an instance there, and so that would have put you at about August of 24, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then I'm guessing you used from then till 2012. I think we have drug screens for that.
Mm-hmm.
So you haven't really had a full year of sobriety since December of 2023,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Correct.
I guess I'm having trouble understanding why, what makes you think you, or what states or what proves that you can be, you're ready now?
Well, if we need a black and white statement, the recommendation that the Board of Nursing sent me to from the Bridge to Recovery.
You agree with me though, that you haven't had a full year of sobriety yet at this time, is that correct?
That is correct.
No further questions, John.
Does the board here in town have any questions?
Ms. Arman, what type of support system do you have?
Currently, my mother, she helps me often, and that is with my children at the time. Are you speaking financially or like in the,
Well, just as support as like family, friends, mentors.
okay. I currently still am with Miss Whitney Perry as a therapist. I currently attend AA meetings online and I attend Celebrate Recovery locally. I also have groups of friends from each part of my life. Some I have had to back away from recently, but I do have some that have decided to join this journey with me in full support, and that's mentally. Currently, I'm no longer, well, I have developed a great co-parenting relationship with my children's father. So that's no longer from what was a trigger for me before. And that's a part of the growth that has happened. And I still have the support of coworkers and nurses in the field who haven't shunned me for what I've gone through, and they're still in full support.
I know you mentioned that you're doing AA meetings about 3 times a week.
3 times a week.
Have a sponsor.
I do. Her name is Ashley Coleman.
And then finally, my last question is, you mentioned that life happens. And I know that you experienced some pretty traumatic events. Do you have a plan for the next thing that happens, how you anticipate handling that?
Absolutely, because no matter what, life will continue to throw us blows, and there are highs and lows. However, those AA meetings, my sponsor, my friends that are living this, sober journey with me, I plan on being more open because I realized before I was the type to isolate, and that is one of those things to where you end up going through it alone, and that isn't healthy. So being more open and socially, make, I'm a little bit, not a little bit, emotional intelligence is an important factor in this, because when things happen, if you fall apart, which I have fallen apart in this, during this time, tearful crying. But at this point in life, it's almost like the cliche statement, you gotta put your big girl panties on and you have to move forward and go to the next thing and just process it and handle it. Today, I didn't know how emotionally I would be able to handle these questions, admitting, and all I have right now is my transparency, my honesty. And that shows me and the people around me the emotional intelligence, being able to hold it together and not just break down. That shows me that I'm well on my way to handling things in a more mature manner, and I'm able to handle the next thing. And if I do get to a place where I felt like I was falling apart or breaking down, I do believe um, one of the members of the MNVP program, the day that I was dismissed from the program, I admitted to her, I said, this is a moment where I probably would have went and drank. The next day, it popped up, random drug screen. It wasn't a day where I went and drank. It was just one of those things where I had to handle it. So the next thing has popped up. It has. I've had family situations that have occurred. I've been in the courtroom, handling this divorce. Those things have happened, and I have remained, sober during this time. And I'm just gonna continue to work through it in that way.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
Working when your contract with MNDP terminated,
DaVita dialysis.
now,
Yes. I chose to be somewhere that did not have narcotics available. I just did not want to be,
how long did you work there?
I still am employed there. This is my supervisor.
What do you do there?
I'm a dialysis RN.
But what are your job duties now?
Well, actually, right now, since I've got the cease to practice, I have not been to work. I'm just still on their docket. And that is my plan if I'm granted the ability to continue to practice. I do have full support there, and I'm able to return if that is something that I'm able to do.
Um, so, I guess I really haven't gotten a clear understanding. I know you went to Harbor House, and I know you did this conditions for reemployment. But have you had a psychological assessment, an addiction assessment? Have you had all that?
Yes, sir, I have.
And yeah, I don't have any, I haven't seen it. What's the result of that?
So the result was that I had an alcohol abuse problem disorder. And since I had not used opioids in about 2 years, it was the opioid disorder mild. And their recommendations were for me to go to therapy. And um, Whitney Perry is my therapist that I continue to see. And when I'm able to, I would like to do extensive outpatient therapy at Bridge to Recovery, regardless of how today turns out for me.
You understand our role is to protect the public,
Yes, sir.
and you've given testimony that you hadn't been clean here about 9 months.
Yes, sir.
And so in being your transparency, being realistic, you have to protect the public. But we also want you to continue down this road, whatever that may mean. Most importantly, I think we'll all agree is your mental and emotional health and physical health. And so regardless of what the outcome is, we want to see you do well.
Yes, sir.
And I understand addiction's tough to wrap your hands around. But I think it sounds to me as if you're on the right path. Guess my question is, and I think you probably already answered it, but life is going to hit these blows at you. And knowing that you have a problem, you've got to always have a plan. Have a plan.
I do.
One or two. You said that you are continuing to do your check-ins
I am.
through the Spectrum, the same thing?
Yes, ma'am.
When was the last time that you did a drug test?
It was, the last one that's resulted is 8/21, and I also took one on last Monday. I can't think of the date.
Into September-ish?
Yes. Yeah.
And you're checking in every day?
Yes,
Still?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Last Monday is in this Monday.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Monday is
no, the Monday prior to this past Monday.
9/20.
Yes, 9/29. That sounds familiar.
I have no further questions. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your next witness.
I would like to call Tiara Thompson.
You would come have a seat next to Ms. Arman, and you were sworn in earlier, so you're under oath.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You were sworn in earlier.
Oh, yes,
You're
ma'am.
under oath. Okay. State your name for the record.
Tiara Thompson.
Okay, you may say Ms. Arman.
So, Ms. Thompson, I just would like for you to state our experiences within the last over last year. What you feel my abilities, even with what was said today. And you know, I would like for you to be forthcoming and would see as a path for me, you know, with that facility, and your honest opinion about my work ethic and my relationship to the patients and how they view and how they're being taken care of under my care.
So again, my name is Tiara Thompson. I am the facility administrator at DaVita Dialysis. My experience with Ms. Arman is she came in, she did her interview, it was perfect. It was like we made a connection at the very start. What I appreciated about her the most was that she did come clean about being in the MEVP program. As Tammy stated earlier, the program is not a stranger to dialysis because we are one of the very few facilities where nurses can come and work. We don't have any narcotics. You're working amongst other peers out in the open. So it's really nothing for them to get a hold to that, you know, that they can use in that way. And then again, we all work very closely directed to each other. So, you know, so for one, that was a great thing. Her personality was just very radiant. So it just, in my heart, I felt like, you know, hey, I'll give her a chance at this. Since she's been there, the patients really have a very strong connection to her. I know you guys asked about a support system as to what comes in play, even though we are just her workplace. The difference, and I too came from ICU nursing. I didn't know Ms. Armin prior to this. But just to give an example, in the hospital, we see patients, they come, they go. One of the great things about dialysis is that you see these patients repetitively. You see them every Monday, every Wednesday, every Friday, or every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And so I think that's a great aspect and accountability because you form connections with these patients. Tammy has been a very thorough nurse. That's something that the patients enjoy. If anyone knows anything about dialysis, they can be very needy and kind of very spoiled. So having that connection to the patient, I think is great. It helps, could possibly help hold her accountable as far as she's seen them grow in certain ways. Of course, they don't know any of this is going on with her, but she's always been professional when she's come to work. We have not ever seen her out of sobriety. I mean, all I ever known is just this Tammy. So I've never seen that side of her. The patient's never seen that. As far as being a threat to the community, I don't feel that way at all. And I feel that if you spoke with our patients and or our staff, they will probably both agree that they feel absolutely safe in her hands. I am supportive of her journey. Like I said, she's a great person at heart. Like someone said before, addiction is hard and it is a roundabout, and you do have to have a plan to help hold in place. But with me knowing all that she has going on, I've already agreed. I had spoken with a couple of the people in the program before that asked, would it be an issue with her getting her therapy and things like that? That wouldn't be an issue at all because I am supportive of her, seeing her be, grow to that place and be totally healthy. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with DaVita Dialysis, but we have a lot of core values that we believe in. It's great company to work for. So we actually have a lot of support systems in-house with DaVita as well. We have just a whole lot of different things that we offer. One of them being a program for our assistants where they cover like 10 free sessions, but beyond that, the insurance does cover it if there's a need. So there's specialized treatment for that. They also all in the past, I have heard of other people that have had addictions and they set them up in those programs to help them succeed. We have other things that may seem minute, but just like We Are Well Award or things like that, that you can all apply for. And it's just extra resources and support that we can offer to our teammates because yes, we do care about our patients and they're first, but we also understand in order to take care of those patients, we have to have a healthy team as well. So I do want to see her progress to be better. She is someone who we looked at as far as for a leadership role in growing. I think that those are other ways to help her, give her a goal to stay focused and just to kind of stay on the path because sometimes, you feel like, hey, if there's nothing left, but it gives you something else to look forward to. So that's just my piece on Miss Harmon. Like I say, she's been a great nurse. I've never seen her out of character at work, drunk or anything like that. The patients love her, the staff love her, and I just think she's a great asset to our team. I have no problem with helping her hold her accountability. As you guys can see, I showed up here today. Just out of support, because again, I know it's hard. So I am supportive of her being well as well.
Any other questions? Ms. Harmon? No. Mr. Walker, any questions?
None, Your Honor.
Board hearing panel? Okay.
So, Ms. Thompson, thank you for coming.
No problem.
That was very interesting of all you said. Let me ask you this, does DaVita have a policy or have you all ever had a nurse work alongside of y'all that might have like a restricted license?
We have. Mhm.
And you all are supportive of that? Are you supportive of all the reporting that comes along with that, the supervision that comes along with that?
Yes, you may. Now, let me just clarify, because as stated, I have had someone before that did a program. I didn't get too deep off into it, but I remember when I first came into this role, we had a particular person. They did have to leave for, drug screenings often. We did have to sign off on paperwork for them. And if I'm not mistaken, that person did have an actual restriction on their license and they came from anesthesia. And, but I do remember us have to sign off on it and things like this. So we were aware of that.
You all are willing to work with people that have that type of issue?
Yes.
Knowing what she's going through.
Yes.
And I'm familiar with dialysis, but I guess I need to ask this to be on the record. there are other nurses there who she'll never be working. She would, in the dialysis setting, she would not ever be working alone. There's other nurses around,
Right,
supervised.
right. We are open facility, so everything is all eyes on. You're able to see all the time. So it's like not any, the med cabinet is out front and open. So patients, nurses, the techs, everyone else is able to view everything that's going on in the facility. And then as stated before, it's a dialysis facility, so we don't carry any narcotics or anything like that. The only pain medicine that we actually have is Tylenol. And
Is there ever a time that your staff nurses are there alone, even maybe before your patients are there? Or is there ever a time that your nurses may be there alone, or do you have a policy that, there has to be more than one person there in order to?
so in very rare cases, there are times where RN may be alone. It's not very often because we also have a home department that are nurses. I too myself am a nurse, and so I'm also there on a daily basis as well. So it's very rare that it does happen, but typically we usually have 2 nurses scheduled. And in addition to the 2 nurses, I also have 2 LPNs that are also there on a daily basis as well.
But if her order was, that she had to have direct supervision,
Mhm,
that would be available
mhm.
for her to be able to practice.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Oh, yes, we will be able to work with it, because like I say, as before, we typically have at least 2 nurses, at least 2 RNs scheduled daily, every day anyway. In the absence that, like, say if someone called in, then I too am RN, so I would be there as well. And then we do have support from the other facilities. We are a big brand. We have 11 clinics in Mississippi, so having other nurses to float down from other clinics to come and pick up a shift at different clinics, that's something that's kind of known to our culture. So having 2 nurses in the building, that wouldn't be a problem. Like I say, when you're not able to cover a shift, that's very rare. But I too am an RN, so I'm able to step in and help in those situations as well.
For your testimony.
Any other questions? All right. Follow up? Ms. Armin, do you have any other witnesses or any other testimony to put on?
Oh, man.
Okay, that'll conclude the testimony portion of the hearing. At this time, we'll entertain closing statements. I'll let the board go first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today you've seen evidence and heard Ms. Armin's testimony that she's guilty of the charges against her. So question today isn't guilt. The question for the panel today is discipline and what you're gonna do. Based on her repeated non-compliance with a program she voluntarily entered into, a program that's designed to help someone with substance abuse, there is no reason to think Ms. Armin can comply with an order from the panel either. She's repeatedly tested positive after she agreed agreed to abstain from addictive substances. Hasn't even had a 12-month period of sobriety yet. Getting back to as recent as December of 2024 this year. This program is designed to help people and assist people and allow for that flexibility, and Ms. Armin has not proven she's ready for a program like that or a board order. So despite her honesty today and her good intentions, the evidence doesn't support that Ms. Armin is ready to be sober. And so we would urge this this panel to consider revocation in order to protect the public. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Armin, would you like to make a closing statement?
Would. First, thank you for hearing my case today. I do appreciate the opportunity to be honest and transparent. I do not feel as though the length of time is something that reflects my ability to return. I do feel as though to work in a safe environment and remain sober. I've had some colossal changes and some strides this year that have changed the trajectory of where I plan to be, want to be, and desire to fulfill goals that are and opportunities that have been granted to me. I am at the mercy of your judgment. But I do have a lot at stake at this point in time. And that is more important to me than cycling and spiraling into another battle of addictions or hangovers or being under scrutiny. I have just decided that this was it. It should have been it. But as I stated earlier, when I had that battle with the IV drug use, I knew that that was a time that I needed to call for help. I just could not wait and say, oh, I need to wait until I feel like I'm ready. No, I needed that help at that time. And although I did have a relapse during that time frame, I do feel as though I'm ready to move forward from that particular substance and continue. And I hope that you all could hear my story, understand. And I'd also like to say that I would like to stay busy and have these therapies be able to support my family, go to work. I don't think this is a time to be idle. Although whether that return happens or not, I'll just, definitely occupy that space. But this is my motivation. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harden. That'll conclude the hearing in this matter. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether the board has grounds to go into executive session.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 2441-7-4D to conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Any opposed? The board is now in executive closed session. They will deliberate and return with their We're back on the record. In the matter of Armon, case numbers 2025-0665, the hearing panel had deliberated, and I'm gonna announce their findings. Hold on just 1 second, I'm gonna clarify something. Yes. So I need to clarify, the board found you guilty of the charges.
Yes, ma'am.
The board has ordered that you be granted a reinstated license with restrictions after you've met the following stipulations within 180 calendar days from the date of the order.
Okay.
The preconditions are, you have to have a conference with the compliance officer, releases, primary physician, support group. They want you to provide the compliance officer with a copy of your psychological evaluation that you've had. So provide that to your compliance officer.
Okay.
You'll have a $500 fine, and then you're gonna have continuing education courses. The condition education courses are mental health nurses, upholding the standards, professional accountability in nursing, righting a wrong, professional ethics in nursing.
Okay.
Then after you completed those, you'll get a restricted license. The restriction license will be for a minimum of 60 months.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll have to have present and future employer notification, completion of a probation, single state license, employer reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision.
Okay.
Prohibited areas of practice, you may not practice in private beauty, temporary staffing, home visits, temporary assignments, hospice. And for the complete 60 months duration of your order, you will not be allowed to work in any rapid change area, including but not limited to ICU, CCU, OR, ER, labor and delivery, and CDU.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll have maximum hours that you're allowed to work. You'll need to attend AA or NA meetings, and those will need to be in person.
Okay.
You have to have AA or Celebrate Recovery meetings 3 times a week.
Okay.
In person, with calendars provided. Abstain from any addictive substances. You'll need to have drug screens, monthly drug screens, random drug screens, demand drug screens, notice of any failure, notice of any positive, support group sponsor, must maintain your current license, and that any notification of any non-compliance. Again, that's quite a bit to digest here. You'll get a detailed order with all that information in there within 45 days from today. Meet with your compliance officer today
Okay.
and make sure.
Thank you for the opportunity to continue. I haven't dropped a tear before now, but I know that's a lot, but
And the board, they're giving you an opportunity, so
yeah.
please be smart with it.
Yes, I will.
That
Your
concludes it.
chance. Do well.
Good luck.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Should say good evening. I left my house at 4 this morning.
I look around and you can hear all day. All right, we ready for the next matter? All right, good afternoon or good evening. Today's date is October the 8th, 2025. The time now is 5:46 p.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Richland, Mississippi. The next matter and the final matter on the docket for today is going to be in the matter of Amy Caldwell, license number R909420, case number 2025-0093. My name again is Pamela Ratliff. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll be serving as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on any objections to the questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative hearing. The rules of evidence do not apply, but I may use those as a guide if ruling on matters. I'll ask the board hearing panel that's going to hear this matter to identify themselves for the record and identify who will serve as alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions by the board.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton.
Jeremy Cummins serving as alternate.
And will the attorney for the board identify themselves for the record?
Alexis Morris.
And the licensee is present.
I am.
State your name for the record, please. Ms. Caldwell, I see that you're at the table alone, so I'm going to ask you some questions. Do you have an attorney?
I do not.
You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
I do.
You understand you have the right to present witnesses and testimony on your behalf today?
I do.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents or evidence on your behalf?
I do.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying against you?
I do.
You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses to appear before the board to offer testimony or to have evidence produced on your behalf?
I do.
You understand due to the severity of the charges pending against your license, that the outcome of this hearing could result in an adverse action on your license?
I do.
Understanding all of this, is it your wish to proceed today without attorney? Do you have any witnesses that's going to testify on your behalf?
I do not.
Ms. Morris, you have witnesses testifying for the board?
Yes, Miss Rebecca Martin.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear the witnesses at this time.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B19 be entered on behalf of the board.
Probably, have you had a chance to review those exhibits?
I have.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits being introduced as, in today's matter? Do you have any exhibits of your own?
Not.
Okay, I'll ask the court reporter to identify on the record that B1 through B19 are introduced as board exhibits.
I would ask that they be entered under seal. They do contain diagnosis information and patient information for Ms. Caldwell.
Okay, note that they'll be entered under seal because they contain private information.
Thank you.
All right. You've been here all day. You know the order of the proceedings. But for the record, I'll make sure it's clear for you. The board has the burden of proof, so the board will present their case first. The board will call any witnesses they have. You have the right to cross-examine any witnesses that testify by the board. Once the board rests, you may call any witnesses or testify on your own behalf. The board attorney may cross-examine you. The board hearing panel may cross-examine any witnesses that testify. Opening and closing statements are allowed. Opening statements are persuasive. They're not evidence. Don't put your case in chief on in that one, but give a little summary or a little synopsis of what you plan to prove or explanation. Closing statements, same way. It's not evidence. They're merely persuasive, just to kind of summarize what was offered or just to give an insight. If you have any, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
We'll proceed and we'll let the board attorney start first with opening statements if they wish.
Yes, just briefly, good evening again. Ms. Caldwell is here because she entered into an agreed settlement ratified and accepted by the Board of Nursing via final order, and that's dated April 18, 2024. Since entry of that final order, Ms. Caldwell has been non-compliant with certain stipulations contained therein. As a result of her non-compliance, Ms. Caldwell's license was summarily suspended, and she was charged with negligently or willfully violating any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nursing practice or licensure. Under Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529-1, this board has the power and the authority to issue whatever disciplinary action it deems fit and appropriate under these circumstances.
Ms. Caldwell, if you'd like to make an opening statement.
I am guilty of everything that she just said. I was non-compliant. I was fully aware of the program and what I had committed to. What I was not compliant with was my recovery, or was not at a place where I had a full understanding of how simple the program could be if I quit being so defiant. So that's pretty much all I want to say about that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Morris, I'll let you begin.
Will you please state your name and current place of employment again for the record?
I'm Rebecca Martin. I currently work at the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the board?
about 5 years.
And what position do you currently hold?
I am a compliance case manager.
And can you tell us what a compliance case manager does?
Yes, we help nurses that have final orders or agreed settlement proposal, ASPs, help facilitate them to complete their order.
Okay. And once a final order was entered in this case, how are compliance managers assigned?
They are assigned alphabetically, but also between the two case managers. Also, since Ms. Caldwell had been here before, I went ahead and took her.
And were so you are the case manager that's currently assigned to this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would please turn with me to MSBN 3 and identify that document for the record.
This is nurse information from Ms. Caldwell.
Okay, and when was she first licensed in Mississippi?
May 1st, 2018.
And she was licensed as a,
Registered nurse.
okay. Would you turn with me to page 5 and identify that document?
This is license verification for Ms. Caldwell.
And what is the current status of her license?
Admin inactive,
And what is the discipline listed on that license?
suspended.
Turn with me to page 7 and identify that document for the record, please.
This is a notice of hearing for Ms. Caldwell that was sent on February 3rd, 2025.
Okay, and what's the date on this? For the hearing?
October 8th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay. You would with me turn now to page 8 and identify that document.
This is the complaint from Ms. Caldwell.
Would you mind reading the charge against Ms. Caldwell, please?
Yes, that she negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nurse practice or licensure.
And are there facts related to that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please read those facts as well?
Yes, that on, the respondent had a positive PET test drug screen results on January 16th, 2025 and September 6th, 2024 for, alcohol in violation of, paragraph 6F of the final order on or about or around January 27th, 2025, respondent emailed case manager stating that she had slipped over Christmas and requested to go to rehab for 30 days at Defining Wellness in violation of paragraph 6F of her order.
Okay. And since Ms. Caldwell is here today, I won't ask you whether or not she received the notice of hearing and complaint. If you would please turn with me to page 14 and identify that document.
This is a final order that is from, I believe, August of 2019.
Okay, so can you kind of explain, because we're talking about in the complaint in order from 2024. So we explained the first order, I believe, that was from, I think you said 2018,
2019.
2019, excuse me.
This looks like that Ms. Caldwell was in the MAP program on or about 2018 and did not comply with the MAP program. She continued to drink in the MAP program. So after she did not comply in MAP, she ended up coming to compliance in 2019 and having a final order from MAP.
Okay, and will you explain what MAP is for the board, if you remember? I think it's
I-
maybe now the,
MMVP program.
Okay.
It was the Mississippi Alternative Program.
please, on page 15, will you start with paragraph 6 and kind of summarize that? I know we discussed it, but just the purposes of the record, kind of introducing again the, MAP program and
Yes.
non-compliance.
The board accepted the respondent into the Mississippi Alternative Program MAP on or about April 24th, 2018. Pursuant to MAP, the respondent agreed and was required to abstain from all mood altering substances, have copies of all periodic unannounced drug screening reports provided to the board, and adhere to recommendations made by a board-approved assessor for evaluation of substance use disorder, substance abuse.
Will you please continue with paragraph 7?
Yes, the respondent, substance use disorder, substance abuse evaluation was performed on or about April 2nd, 2018. According to the evaluation, the respondent was to, among other things, fully abstain from alcohol use, no social drinking, and no cannabis use. Receive therapy and from a mental health professional, and have monthly reports regarding the respondent's therapy provided to the board.
Okay, in paragraph 8, please.
While in MAP, however, respondent tested positive for ethanol, 106.6 milliliters for a specimen collected on September 21st, 2018, and positive for ethanol, for a specimen collected in December 21st, 2018.
Now, what were the terms and conditions in this order from 2018?
That she was to meet with a compliance case manager, have a primary care physician, nurse practitioner, an evaluation for chemical dependency, a release support groups, pay a fine, and after that, she was further ordered to have employer reports and have a minimum of 60 months of probation, maximum hours, counseling, aftercare, AA meetings, drug screenings.
Now, to your knowledge, did Ms. Caldwell comply with the terms and conditions of this order?
I was not her case manager during this order, but while reviewing her previous order, previous case, no, she did not.
Now, if you will, let me turn to page 23 and identify that document for the record.
This is a notice of hearing that was sent August 23rd, 2023 for Wednesday, December 6th, 2023.
Okay, and if you turn that page to page 24, will you please read just the charges listed in that complaint?
That she negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nurse practice or licensure.
And will you briefly summarize the facts in that?
Yes, she failed to follow assessor recommendations. She had multiple positive drug screenings. She had multiple dilute drug screenings, and she had several no-show for drug screenings, and failed to submit any AANA calendars after May of 22.
Okay. And was her license ultimately suspended as a result of non-compliance from that 2019 board order?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the date on page 26? What was the date of her suspension?
August 23rd, 2023.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 27 and identify that document for the record.
This is the final order that was done and from her hearing in December, and it was ratified in April 2024.
Okay, so this is the current order.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you would please summarize the findings on page 28 against Ms. Caldwell in that final order from 2024.
Okay, that she failed to follow the recommendations of her, that she was provided on, from the assessor. She failed multiple drug screens. She had several dilute drug screens. She failed to appear for drug screens several times and failed to submit AA and NA meetings after May of 2023.
Okay. So when reading this order, what were the terms and conditions of this second order that Ms. Caldwell was required to complete?
Go to formal reprimand, conference with her case manager, evaluation for addiction, 60 months of probation, and AA and A meetings. She is to also abstain from any addictive substances and drug screens.
Now, you mentioned an evaluation, and I just want for the record, is an evaluation synonymous with assessment?
Yeah.
In this case?
Yes,
Okay, so she was ordered to do any, an assessment or an evaluation for addiction, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And did she complete that assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She did it with Dr. Tony Lee.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to flip through and turn with me to page 91 and identify that document for the record.
This is Dr. Lee's assessment for Ms. Caldwell.
Okay, and if you would turn to 98, what do you notice about that page?
This is his recommendations. The recommendations that he had for Ms. Caldwell are that Ms. Caldwell attend and complete immediate individual counseling for depression, anxiety, and psychoeducation regarding the effects of alcohol, substance use, self-management, and decision-making coping skills from an outpatient mental health facility or private practice for a minimum of 6 sessions by a licensed psychiatrist, licensed psychologist, licensed professional counselor, or provisionally licensed professional counselor. Ms. Caldwell attends and completes AA meetings for a minimum of 6 sessions or as recommended by the AA group therapist to continue her employment in the medical field. Due to her situation, it is also suggested that Ms. Caldwell refrain from consuming any foods, beverages, or unauthorized medication given forth by the MBN or MNVP that may contain any substance that may trigger a positive drug screen, lab screening.
What was the date of this assessment? I believe it's on page 91. That's okay. It's a lot of pages.
June 17th, 2024.
Now, did she comply with the recommendations given in her assessment?
No.
Okay. And I believe that you had already read that she was to comply with the terms of the conditions of her final order in 2024, correct?
Yes.
And that included following any recommendations from her evaluation or assessor, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would turn with me now to page 37. And identify that document for the record.
This is the drug screenings from the 2024 final order.
Okay, and I also see, what else do you notice about this document? I believe there are 2 positive screens, correct?
Yes, the 2 positive screens are from PET tests,
Okay.
which is done by blood.
And what are PET tests for the record?
PET test is a blood test that tests for alcohol, I believe up to 3 months back.
So just for clarification, she received the evaluation or assessment in, I believe you said June of 24. And the positive date is dated for which date?
September 6th, 2024.
Okay, and what is the second positive date shown on here?
January 16th, 2025.
I want to talk to you briefly about the PET results from September of 2024.
Okay.
Okay. Did you discuss with her the positive results? Do you remember having a discussion with her about those results?
Yes, in our spectrum messages, we talked about it, and she notified me that it was going to be a special test, and if it was going to test for, alcohol, that the last day, her sobriety date was the date her and I met in, my office in June of 2024, so it may test positive.
Okay, so she had already alerted you that her date of sobriety, just clarifying for the record, that her date of sobriety was the date that she met with her compliance officer, with you.
Yes,
So, you had already kind of determined that that test may be,
yes.
okay. Turn with me to page 171 and identify that document for the record.
You said 171?
Yes, 171. I believe it's marked as B17.
This is a non-compliance affidavit that
Okay.
I sent to Ms. Caldwell,
And what's the date on this letter?
September 20th, 2024.
And will you please read the letter starting with, during a recent review, and until I ask you to stop.
Okay. During a recent review of your compliance file, the following violation was noted, specifically information received from a Spectrum Compliance Affinity reflects that you submitted to a random PEth drug screen collection on September 6, 2024, the results of which were positive for ethanol. On or about September 18th, 2024, the Mississippi Board of Nursing ordered a medical review. The medical review officer determined that the specimen was positive. Further, you failed to abstain from all mood altering, controlled and addictive substances.
Okay, you can stop there. And then will you read, starting with just the above violation on that same page?
The above violation constitutes noncompliance with your final board order dated April 18th, 2024.
Okay. Is there anything else that accompanies the letter of non-compliance that you send when, people, people don't comply with their board orders?
Yes, there is a $500 fine that's attached to it.
Okay. Is there anything else that's attached as well?
A formal reprimand.
Okay. Will you turn with me to page 170, I believe, 176, and 177, and identify that document?
Yes, this is, Ms. Caldwell had signed the affidavit and formal reprimand.
Okay, did she also pay the $500 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is an affidavit for the record?
An affidavit is kind of a second chance in a way where you have done something that's in non-compliance and we inform you that you're in a non-compliant. There's a fine that's associated with it and you take responsibility for that.
Okay. And now turn to page 180 and identify that document, because we talked about the affidavit. Will you identify this document?
Yeah, this is the letter that that comes out of the compliance committee, because the compliance committee had to accept her non-compliance. So this is a letter stating that the compliance committee accepted her non-compliance affidavit, and she had 30 days to pay the fine from the date of the letter.
Okay, and then you did say she remitted all fees for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now turn with me to page 184 and identify that document.
This is a letter of concern that I sent to Ms. Caldwell on December 17th, 2024.
And what is a letter of concern?
A letter of concern is just us as case managers, kind of either your due date is coming up or it has passed and is a concern.
Okay. Will you please just briefly summarize this letter for the board?
Yes,
Or read it, whichever.
Yeah. Specifically, the final order executed on April 18th, 2024 requires that you follow all recommendations of your board approved assessor. You saw Dr. Lee on June 17th, 2024, where he recommended that you complete immediate individual counseling for depression, anxiety, and psychoeducation regarding the effects of alcohol, substance abuse, self-management, and decision-making coping skills from an outpatient mental health facility or private for a minimum of 6 sessions by a licensed counselor. Bullet point, I have enclosed the documentation you needed to have your counselor send me by January 10th, 2025. You will need to have contacted a facility to have your therapy sessions and have made an appointment. If you have not done that by January 10th, 2025, you will be considered non-compliance with your April 24th final order and will be issued a non-compliance affidavit number 2.
And she did receive this letter of concern, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've discussed the test, the positive PET test for 2024. I want to shift just a minute to the positive PET results for January of 2025. Because she did in fact take another drug test, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that drug test, did Ms. Caldwell, prior to that, let me back up. Did you at any time prior to January 2025 have any communication with Ms. Caldwell about an upcoming drug test?
We spoke around Christmas time. She did inform me through our Spectrum messages that she had, slipped up with some cough medicine during, the Christmas season, and that she had relapsed.
Okay, and what was your response to Ms. Caldwell? Do you remember?
Yeah, that, we would, wait for the drug screen we would do another PET test, which would result in positive, and we would, do another affidavit.
Okay, so just for clarification for the record, you sent a letter of concern in December concerning the assessor evaluations. And then relatively later in December, Ms. Caldwell reached out to you stating that she had slipped over the holiday season.
Yes, ma'am.
So what happened after Ms. Caldwell notified you regarding her non-compliance with her order?
She was tested in, I believe, January 16th, and after that, she did email me towards the end of the month to let me know that she had relapsed and that she wanted to go to Defining Wellness for a 30-day inpatient treatment.
So ultimately, Ms. Caldwell checked into rehab?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, will you turn with me to page 190 and identify that document for the record?
This is a letter from a case manager at Defining Wellness to let me know that Ms. Caldwell had admitted herself into the Brandon facility on 2/3/2025.
Now, as far as you know, did she complete treatment at this facility?
At Defining Wellness, yes, she had, she then went to like secondary care, back home. And I think that is from, went to Alchemy Addiction Recovery.
Okay, and just for the record, you are looking at page,
Sorry, 196.
196. Okay, 196, got it. Now, following the non-compliance and her being admitted into rehab, what happens next on your end as her compliance manager?
Since she had admitted that she again slipped up and her second PET test, and she went to rehab, I went to the legal department, and that's when we decided to send her case file to legal, and legal summary suspended her.
Okay, so is that why we're here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as far as you know, have you seen any drug screens that Ms. Caldwell has had prior to the January 2025 date that you are aware of?
Like once
Through Spectrum?
Well, once she was put into treatment, we put her in Spectrum as in treatment, so that stopped her testing.
Okay.
With us.
No further questions at this time.
Ms. Caldwell, do you have any questions for the board?
I do. Ms. Martin, going back to page 15, from that initial order. When I was here last time, it was discussed that all of these documents were submitted to Vera Rucker when she was my case manager, and you said you didn't have access to it. So my understanding was that that was not something else that you were seeking from me. But I did go to counseling twice a week through a licensed professional, and that was all submitted to the board. If I'd known, I could have provided that again. My understanding was that was already laid to rest. All of my AA attendance logs, I met compliance with all of these, except for the sobriety part. I'm not going to pretend for a second that I was sober at any point during this, other than for 5 or 6 months here and there. That's something I've not been successful. But do you recall that part of our conversation, and have you been able to access those records since?
So prior to October 2023, when I took over compliance by myself, there was not much in spectrum of yours. And I did not have access to Ms. Rucker's emails or what you had submitted unless it was in paper and I was able to upload it. So I only have what I have in spectrum.
Okay. Can I say what I know about that? Or is that appropriate?
That's part of your testimony. At this point, you're going to question her.
I don't want to argue. And then going to page 185, this is the letter that, well, 184, there's a letter that you said that you sent to me about, what did you refer to this as? A letter of concern. I never received this letter. At the end of October that I was furloughed from my job. This was sent to my former employer and it's signed off by a former coworker. I've not seen this document until today. This was never sent to my home, so I've never seen this document before.
So this is the address that I was given. This is the address that was in Spectrum and I believe in your Nurse Gateway.
Only for employer purposes. So I guess my question to you is that common practice for that not to be sent to my home address? Or
But if you look, I also emailed it to you.
I don't recall ever getting this. Amy Caldwell too. So that's my only questions about that. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, the order that you were just questioned on, what's the date on that initial order, that, Ms. Caldwell just questioned you on?
August 2019.
Okay, so her non-compliance with this order is not why we're here today, correct?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Jury panel have any questions for this witness?
Ms. Farkin, so I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what we're looking at. So as far as the drug screens and looking at those, we've had a total of 18 drug screens that were positive.
That, I think that that was prior to her prior order. When we first came here for a show cause back in December of 23. There were lots of positive drug screens.
Yeah. Sorry, I was gonna say because the orders have been continuous behind each other. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I was not her case manager back then. I became her case manager on this 2024 order. She did have lots of positive screens, and that is why she had a show cause hearing in December of 23.
How many affidavits did you guys send her?
Back then,
The total amount that you know of?
I can't, I don't know.
Was it more than one?
So this, what was in Spectrum is all I could have gone by. So there was not anything.
So to your knowledge, the only affidavit was just one affidavit under you?
With the new, from the order, from the show cause. Yes.
And just one letter of concern, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were just those two previous orders.
But she was in the MAP program too, and I don't have the MAPs.
So MAP plus 2 orders,
Yeah.
and it extended over a 6-year period, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Question, and I don't know, maybe you can answer this, so, in the MAP program in 2018 is when this started.
Bit of background. I inherited this case, after it was sent to show cause. The first time, well, not the first time, the December 2023, I was the case manager of compliance, so the stuff that was previously done in MAP or the 2018 order, I wasn't very privy to because I was not her case manager, and I just inherited it when that case manager was no longer here.
Do you know when, you said it was in 23 is when you started as her case manager, correct?
Yes, I testified for her show cause hearing in 2023.
December?
Yes.
2023?
And I think even in that, I didn't have a lot to.
And that show cause hearing in December of 2023 was due to positive alcohol from
The 2019 order.
from that program.
No, I think she got from the MAP, from MAP, there was, I guess, a show cause hearing from MAP. Then she got a 2018 order, and from the 2018 order to the 23 order is when she was in compliance. And then 23 is when she had the show cause hearing.
So to your best of your knowledge, she's been under some sort of board order since 2018,
Yes,
consistently since 2018.
but other than being suspended, yeah.
And just for clarity, to give a little bit more information, Ms. Caldwell was actually on the board's radar after an audit was done in the MAP program. And so there was not a referral at that time. An audit was done prior to Rebecca obtaining that, where they went back and reviewed all of the previous drug screen history from, that's why you see from 2020 to 2023. At that time, Ms. Martin would not have had access to that documentation because it was done through an audit by the board to audit the MAP program at that time. I do believe since then, that compliance manager was no longer with the board. Is that the correct summation of facts? So she only called it right after that first order.
Additional witnesses, Ms. Morris?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Caldwell, it's your time to put on your case and your testimony.
I also come from a family full of nurses, but I also come from a family full of alcoholics. My father was an alcoholic, and for years I couldn't understand it. I looked at his disease as a weakness. I didn't realize that alcoholism was a disease. And for years, I have pretended that I didn't have that disease, even though I entered into this program. And even though I entertained going to AA, I really did think that my life was manageable. I didn't realize that people did not live the way that I did. If I did not begin drinking until 36 years old after going through a divorce, and within 2 years, I was a full-blown alcoholic, and I couldn't deny it at that point. The only time that I've had periods of sobriety greater than 6 months has been when I was pregnant with my last 2 boys. I'm glad to say that my sobriety date now is February 1st of 2025. That might not seem long to you, but this is the first time I've ever had 8 months of sobriety, and I'm extremely proud of where I am in my program and in my recovery. When I relapsed in not February, when I relapsed in December, that went through into that January when I failed that PETH test. I knew that it was starting to vamp up again. So I reached out to people in my home group, and I found Defining Wellness, which, by the way, is a fantastic facility. They have probably greater than 60% of their staff that are in recovery. And for an alcoholic, that is very encouraging to know that the person treating you is actually able to identify with what you're going through. When I say that I have gone in and out of A for the past 14, almost 15 years now, I've listened in the meetings. Now, I've sat in the meetings. I've entertained what was said to me, but I never really comprehended that program and how simple it could be. But when I went to Defining Wellness, I had a therapist there named Kenneth, and he had greater than 33 years of sobriety. And he would spend an hour a day with our core group, and he would read from the big book, the first 4 chapters, and he described exactly what they meant by that when they wrote it back almost 100 years ago. And it was like a father reading to their child. And for the first time, my eyes finally opened up, and he said to me in our private session, he was like, "Do you know you don't have to live like this?" He said, "All you have to do to have everything is to give up this one thing." And I'm not a stupid woman, but for some reason that was just so eye-opening to me. I disclosed that I had, I was unable to get past that 6-month mark. I don't know if it was something that I was like psychologically, if I'd put up a barrier or if I just didn't feel worthy. I'm not real sure what it was. But he asked me one of the last weeks that I was there, he asked what I thought the problem was. And I told him that I did my 5th step with my former sponsor. And I was so ashamed and so filled with guilt after that, that I literally left her house and went and drank instead of telling her, "Hey, I'm not okay." So then he said, "What were the 2 things that you didn't disclose to her?" To my previous sponsor. And because he really was a stranger and I know wasn't going to see him again, I told him. And once I said it, it really wasn't so big and scary. And then we started looking at that inventory that I created, and I saw that it might have been 100 people on that list, but it was the same pattern with every single one of them. It was everything came down to fear and ego and pride. Everything was pride. And I think that that's why I was so unsuccessful before now in this program. I am happy to say that I do have a sponsor now. She just got her 45-year chip. She is a little old lady and she is frightening, and she calls me out on my crap every time I try to pull something over on her. But I've come to respect her and I've come to trust her. And so I talk to her every single day. I see her several days a week at the meetings, and we try to meet one-on-one at least every 2 weeks. I am now on step 8, which is amends. And I actually asked her if I had to go through, because if she tells me to wear pink polka dots, I'm wearing pink polka dots because I've tried it my way and it's not working. But I actually asked her if my first amends could be to the board, because in the past, when I've been here, I have done this poor me. Last time I was here, I said, my mom died, both of her brothers died, and one of them was my favorite person on this earth. My brother died. It was like all this death. And I thought, in my selfish, self-centered way, that y'all were going to think, "Bless her heart, she deserves to drink." But one of you asked, it wasn't any of you actually, but one of you asked, "Well, life's going to keep happening. So what are you going to do?" And I thought, how insensitive. I mean, y'all are medical professionals, and I really thought y'all were going to coddle me. I don't know, because I'm insecure or something. I don't know, or self-centered. But you're right. And now that I've done that inventory, and now that I talk to my sponsor regularly, all I hear is her voice, asking me what my role and stuff is. Because everything that we've been working on, and everything that in the past month of meetings has been like, what is your part in this? Because everything that happens, whether it is something that I was a victim of or something horrible that happened, I still have a role in it, even if it's just how I choose to react. And now that I know that, I can't unknow it. And I love that I know that, but it kind of terrifies me, because now I have to be accountable for my actions. And the other thing I wanted to add is that in the past 7 days, at least 5 of the meetings that I've attended have been discussing pain, and that you have to get uncomfortable, for there to be change. And there was an illustration of, pruning back your garden so it can grow. And I have been the most uncomfortable that I can be in my life because since my license was suspended, and it is my fault, and I accept that, you have all given me every chance that I truly do deserve. But I've lost everything. I've lost my house, my marriage, my relationship with my oldest son, which we're now starting to restore. You know, obviously I've lost my livelihood and my job. I'm financially broke, but you know what? For the first time in my life, I have everything that I need. And so I am, I am grateful because it took every single drink that I drank and it took every relapse that I have relapsed to get to this point of desperation. And that's one thing that my sponsor told me. Her name is Barbara. When I called her to tell her that I was going into treatment, at first she was really disappointed with me because I didn't reach out to her. I didn't tell her that I'd relapsed until I was already en route. And she said she had thought about, you know, discontinuing being my sponsor because I hadn't been honest with her. And she said, when we were getting off the phone, she said, you know, first she told me she loved me and that's why she wouldn't. But she said, I hope that while you're in treatment that you're given the gift of desperation. And I thought, well, I don't know what that means. And the next day I went into class at Defining Wellness and on the big whiteboard, it had the gift of desperation. And that's what we talked about that day. And it talked about until you get to that place where you're so uncomfortable or you don't have anything else. And I won't say that I've, you know, I'm not out there on, you know, the corner begging, but until I spiritually got to that place where I was so bankrupt that could not rely on myself or my ability to manipulate, because that's what I was doing during my addiction. I was manipulating everybody around me for my own benefit. And I didn't see that until, I mean, the past 8 months have just been remarkable. And so as uncomfortable as this program has been because I've made it that way, I am so grateful that I'm in it because I don't think I would be alive today. I think I was actively trying. I am not suicidal, but I think with my drinking, I think I was actively trying to drink myself to death because I didn't want to face those things that hurt and those things that were uncomfortable and have those conversations that are hard. And I don't live like that now. And it's just incredible. And I know it's only been 8 months, but y'all, this has been like real. This is just so life-changing. And I'm so, so grateful. And that's all I have.
I'll ask the Board of Training if she has any questions for you.
Just a couple, thank you. Ms. Caldwell, you were in the MAP program, and accepted, participation in that in April of 2018, correct?
That sounds right.
Right, and if you, of course, did admit that you tested positive, had some positive drug screens in 2018, correct?
That sounds right.
According to your order, and then you were placed under an order in 2019, and the record reflects that you have either missed drug screens or had positive drug screens from about 2020 until 2023, correct?
Two things about that. First, Marianne Wynn was my first caseworker. I came into the voluntary program because I self-reported at the time that I was getting my licensing. So that's how I came into this program.
Okay.
But I was non-compliant, so that is accurate. The other thing, there are some discrepancies as far as the missed check-ins because I had my thyroidectomy and that entire range from, it was like mid-October of 22 until it was a 4 week period where there is documentation that I was out because I couldn't drive. I couldn't turn my head. I had a tube coming out of my neck. But I was out on medical orders for 4 weeks. I didn't require pain medication or anything like that after just the initial day or two. But so no, I wasn't able to drive for any testing, but that was, I notified my compliance or caseworker at that time. And that was Vera Rucker during that time, best of my memory.
Now, you were under that board order, but I see that you did not follow the assessor's recommendations in 2019. You had various positive drug screens ranging from 2019 to 2023, some of which you've discussed here, but some of them were in fact positive drug screens, correct?
Correct.
Alcohol as well?
Correct. Only for alcohol. I've
Only
never
for
tested positive for any drug.
Okay. You also had a diluted drug screen in 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Right,
Yes.
and you had a couple of no-shows as well. And it also says that you failed to submit your AANA calendar after May of 2022.
I don't think that that's accurate. I don't recall a time where I ever ghosted because I always submitted those calendars. Because even when I wasn't doing the program. I mean, I was still going to the meetings and just trying to fool myself. So I don't recall that.
Okay. But you were given a second chance.
I was,
And you were able to get your license back with certain stipulations, correct?
correct.
And you tested positive again, I believe, in December of 2024 and as early as January of this year, correct?
Correct.
And while, I commend your 8 months of consistent sobriety since then, what guarantees can you give us today that you will remain sober? Because it hasn't been a year, and I believe that when you emailed your case manager, you stated that you slipped up over the holidays.
I did.
So with the holidays coming up again, what assurances can you give to this board that you can practice nursing safely?
I cannot give you any assurance that I can remain sober other than today. I can give you this 24 hours, but that if anyone ever tells you that they can promise you the next 2 months, they're not doing their program correctly. As far as what I can do differently, I have such a fantastic support system in place. Like I said earlier, I speak to my sponsor every single day. I was supposed to chair the meeting tonight at 6 o'clock in Bay St. Louis. I'm going to be late. But I assure you that right now I have borderline stalkers that have texted and called me because I had 10 people that text me before I walked in here at 8 o'clock this morning, to tell me from my home group that they're praying for me, that, let them know as soon as I got out how things went. And my prayer has only been that I'm okay with whatever you decide, because regardless, it is what it is and I can't change it. And so, yeah, I hope that I answered your question, but that's the only assurance that I can give you. I have a great support system in place. My home group meets every single night, including holidays at 6 o'clock. And that's the whole plan. Like if I don't show up for a day or two, on day 2, I'm being harassed because we have a close-knit group and we really want this,
Now, was that support system in place when you relapsed in 2024?
It could have been, but I wouldn't take the time to reach out to people. When I knew that I was relapsing, I would just shut down and isolate. I wasn't going to bars or anything like that. I just wouldn't go to meetings. And if somebody reached out and asked how I was doing, I always was fine. That was the thing. And so now if I ever say to this close group that I'm with, because I've told them myself, I said, if I ever stop responding to calls or text, it's because I'm probably either thinking things I shouldn't think or, teetering. And so now they call me out on that. And I'm so grateful to have these people in my life. And it's not 1 or 2. When I pull up my contacts in my phone, probably the first 20 people are AA Sally, AA John, AA, like I have that, and I have them first and foremost because I need that. I need to know that if I don't get that first person, I'm calling the second one until I reach somebody. And so, yeah, that is different. It could have been available to me had I been serious about the program.
You were in the MAP program.
I was.
You are under one order. You were non-compliant with that order.
Correct.
Your license was suspended.
Correct.
You come back, you receive your license with stipulations. You are non-compliant with that order. How many chances do you think that the board should allow you to practice restricted or unrestricted at this point when it's clear that you cannot comply with your orders regarding sobriety?
There were no restrictions on that last time that after that previous suspension. I didn't have any restrictions on how I practiced. As far as how many chances I think I deserve, I think that y'all have been fair. Do I hope that you will allow me again? Absolutely, I do. I love being a nurse, but I'm not so prideful now that I'm going to say, oh, I'm going to do all these wonderful things. I think y'all have been fair. I think I wasn't ready. And like I said, I wasn't ready. I hadn't had my last drink at that point.
Okay, so you are aware that the positive drug screens and your email to your compliance manager and checking into rehab means that you failed to comply with that board order, correct? You admit that today.
Oh, I do. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. All of those failed drug tests were accurate. They're not, I don't deny any of them. I am accountable for my actions.
No further questions.
Board here none have questions? Okay, let's go first.
So I just have just a couple of questions. So just out of curiosity, when you got your board orders, do you believe they were fair?
If I'm being honest, when I was in the MAP program, I regretted ever having self-reported. And that's because I didn't want to be in the program and I didn't want to stop drinking. So it started off with me having a really bad attitude about being in the compliance program. And then when I figured out that I couldn't outsmart you, I didn't like that either. And that's why I wanted to make the amends today, because the Board of Nursing was at the top of my list of people that I felt had wronged me. And it wasn't until I looked at that and my part in it and how it affected me. And it was pride and ego and, you know, all of these things that I realized y'all never did anything to me. That was me. You made your expectations clear and I chose to execute it how I wanted to execute it while I was in addiction. And that's the truth.
So just to clarify, so under MAP, which I'm familiar with because I've been here too long, you didn't like the.
Hearing.
That, you weren't in agreement with those, but the following two board orders, do you believe they were fair?
They were fair. All three were fair. I was not at a place where I was ready to recover. I thought I was, but once I had to get honest with myself, I wasn't.
The only other question I have for you, and I'm just gonna be blunt with you right
Okay.
now. You made the comment earlier that you've used manipulation. What assurances do we have that you're not using that same tactic?
Because now I have to be accountable. And every night I have to do my 10-step inventory so that I don't have to come back and make amends to you again. And now my eyes are open to this program and how I have to see every time I say something, even if it's something smart to a coworker, I have to look at myself and say, really, was that necessary? Was that one of those things to say? I can't live like that anymore because it's not worth that. My secrets make me sick. And y'all, I'm 53 years old. And for the first time this year, I just learned what love was, and not romantic love. I'm talking about how, like, self-love. It's foreign to me. So I feel like I'm this stunted child that's finally growing up. And for the first time, have to accept things. I've had bad things happen. I've had bad days, but I have a good life. And I never saw that before this year.
One last thing I want to ask you, and then I'm gonna let Ms. Clanton take it. Just out of curiosity, of course, I don't know the outcome, but you've said that you would take whatever discipline we bring out today. If it's a discipline that maybe you don't care for, what is your plan to deal with that?
I'm going to pray about it. I'm going to talk to my sponsor, because no matter what you say today, I'm not going to drink over it today. I'm not going to drink over it today. And it has to be okay. And that's been my prayer for weeks before I came in here. No matter what you decide, I have to have the ability to accept the outcome and be okay with it.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to stop reacting is what I'm going to tell you. But I'm not going to drink over it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
8 months, congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, it's hard,
It is.
but especially the first few. It's hard, so congratulations. When did you become an RN?
At 2018, I literally, when I was applying for my license is when I mandatory reported, because they said if you have anything in your background or anything like this, and I had gone to an outpatient recovery program prior to applying for my license. And so I disclosed that at that point, and it held up my license. I called up here to say, why are you on it? Issued my license. I passed my NCLEX, and that's when I was told that I was going to be in this program.
Well, what are you doing now for a living?
Well, I'm working at Buc-ee's. And we just had a Buc-ee's open up in Pass Christian, and it's fun and silly and all of those things. But, you know, I went months without any kind of income. And when I was up here in treatment at Defining Wellness, I actually prayed for that job, and they interviewed over 16,000 people, and I have no experience whatsoever. And for some reason, I was one of the 500 that they hired.
So you got your RN in 2018, you
Correct.
self-reported, and you've basically been in the system.
The whole time.
When was the last time you worked as a nurse?
January the 31st. They actually, of 2025 this year.
Okay.
When I got that result is when I contacted them to let them know that I was certain that my license was going to be suspended or revoked, and that I needed to go to treatment. I said, and I told the HR person, I said, look, I I've had, and they knew already that I had a problem with alcohol, but I just said, look, I relapsed and I'm scared. I said, I don't want to go back down that path again. And so I think they didn't actually terminate my position until sometime around the end of March because he kind of tried to hold it open for me, but I'm eligible for rehire. He did call me to tell me that.
Where were you working at?
It was Consulate Health. It's a nursing home and long-term care and rehab facility. I'd only been there for, I think I started there in October when I was furloughed from clinical research, the clinical research group I'd been with for 5 years.
Kind of see our pause in a little bit of this.
Absolutely.
It's extensive.
Mhm.
And I agree, no one's guaranteed what we're gonna do tomorrow. Just what you can do right now. Go ahead. Okay.
Do you have any other witnesses or any other testimony? Okay, so you'll rest.
Honest, I actually didn't want anyone to come because I got myself here and if I'm gonna get myself out, it's on me. And if not, you know, like I said, it's all about accountability right now for me.
That will conclude the testimony then, and what we'll do, entertain closing statements at this time. Ms. Dorrance?
Just briefly, good evening again. I've, as Ms. Caldwell has admitted that she clearly negligently and willfully violated the board order that she was under from 2024. Despite the continued attempts of her compliance case managers, her assessors, for Ms. Caldwell to remain compliant, she has not. There have been 3 instances and even more that show that Ms. Caldwell was not serious about sobriety at that time. And while we commend her for her 8 months of sobriety today, the board panel, because her license is currently suspended, needs to assess whether Ms. Caldwell is safe to practice, whether she is safe to practice in the community, and her compliance with these previous board orders. She's been given multiple chances, and I'm not sure if Ms. Caldwell has stated clearly that she can be under a board order or supervised. So I would just ask the board to review all of the evidence and testimony today. And of course, you all can make any determination that you see fit under Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29.
Stop with Johnson, of the closing statement.
Yes, I've said a lot this evening. I love being a nurse. It's something, I'm the youngest of 6 kids and I'm the first that graduated college. And I am very proud of that. I love being a nurse. I do believe that y'all have been very fair. And like I said earlier, I just wasn't ready. There's one other thing I was gonna say and it just completely slipped me because it's been a long day. I hope that you give me another opportunity. Do I deserve it? No, I don't. Because like I said, you've given me all the chances that I deserve, but I'd like to try.
That'll conclude the hearing in this matter. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether the board has reason to go into executive session.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in closed session. I'll now entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 2541-7-4D to conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Board is now executive session. Okay, we're back on the record in the matter of Amy Caldwell, cause number 2025-0093. The board has returned out of their deliberations, the hearing panel has, and I'm going to announce their findings. The hearing panel found you guilty of all counts, and their order is revocation. The board at this time wants to advise you to focus on your recovery and let you know per the board rules, you can petition for reinstatement within 12 months.
12 months from today or 12 months from the suspension.
Day of the order.
Good luck, continue your sobriety, please.
Thank you. I appreciate it.